Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. This is day 3 of our 3-day workshop on boudoir photography with Rachel Stevens and Sean O'Riordan.
Yes, it is.
This has been an incredible past couple of days. It's kind of amazing how much content we are able to pack into each and every workshop here on Creative Live. I feel like the 2 days they've been short, they've been long, but there's been so much. First, let me just introduce myself, by the way. I'm Kenna Klosterman, and this is Russ Andes.
And we are going to be your hosts for this workshop. It's been an amazing time, like you said. We've really been packing the days full. How many shoots have we done? We've done 5, 4?
More than that, yeah.
Lots of photo shooting, where we've done different people of different looks and styles, different ages. We've been able to see Rachel work her magic and get amazing work in every single instance.
And then the retouching for me has been really amazing. If you are just joining us now, Rachel is also known as the Queen of Skin. And my goodness, yesterday's retouching, especially for me, we spent such a long amount of time on what she normally does in 10 minutes, but broke that out so that we could all see step by step by step. And I loved how the subtle differences turned out to be this incredible shift. And the important thing is keeping the women looking themselves.
That's what I was noticing the most, is that they really did look like their best selves, but they looked like themselves.
Exactly.
And that's the important thing here, is if you can't recognize yourself, then you can't have that connection to it, and it can't really have that power. You can recognize it as a beautiful image, but it doesn't feel like anything that's personal. It doesn't feel like you, and have that effect that we know that Rachel's work has on people, because we've heard from them. We've got some in our audience, even.
Let's talk about our audience here.
Let's do that. So we have, how many of you are there? There are 7 wonderful people here in our studio audience who we've been with for the past 3 days and past 2 days. We're going to be with them for 3 days. And I would love to talk to you guys a little bit about, kind of what we were just talking about. What are the things that you've taken away from this workshop? What are the things that you've really internalized and want to be able to do with your own clients to improve your business or even just your life? Let's start with Ava. What do you want to do?
The thing for me was amazing because that thing about taking off the clothes always was like another side of the camera. So this time we try, and I saw, it's very liberating. And you need to try also, like for photographers, be in the place of the people you take photography. And the way she tried the people, the way she made them feel comfortable with themselves is another world. So I'm really, really very happy to be in these classes.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
There are so many things that I've picked up since I've been here that I've learned from them that I can't even imagine trying to narrow it down. I plan on implementing so many little things from the marketing to, I love that even the models she brought in to use as examples that I could learn from the posing were real women, real curves, real situations, rather than having these perfect bodies and then trying to bring it home to real people. It makes you feel a lot more, I can do this when you see it real with real women and real curves.
Awesome, thank you.
I think for me, again, like Julie said, there's so many things to take away, but for me, what's key is I've never done any marketing. So ever. Everything has been word of mouth for me. But I know that marketing is crucial and it's really going to drive. I think for, maybe like some of us, I'm afraid if I do marketing, will I be able to handle what comes in? Will I be ready? So I think with this workshop, I feel a lot more confident. I feel ready. And I feel like now I can focus in on boudoir, photography. Whereas before I may have been doing families and infants and, different types of shoots. Now I feel strongly and confident that I can focus in on that and make it work with the marketing and be ready when my clients come.
Isn't that an amazing? Thank you. I love that because that is exactly why we are here, to allow people at home, people who are here with us, to feel ready to go and do.
Absolutely.
And you're in luck because this morning we will be talking even more about marketing and business. So
it's true.
It's fantastic. Thank you. John Cornicello.
Well, for me, I tend to walk my way through Photoshop and avoid action, so I'm going to try out some some shortcuts and action things and try to speed up that part of my workflow.
I mean, and that's one of the things that they've talked about a lot is that importance of just time, deciding how you want to create your life, how you want to build your business to have the life that you want, and then do what you need to in order to make it happen. And that's one of the tools that they've used. Love that, John.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that I got from it is confidence, being confident in myself and being confident in my work and being able to go out there and apply the things that I've learned here and know that it's something that I can do. So I'm excited to get to work.
Love that.
I was blown away by Rachel being so natural, just herself with the models, and by doing that, opening them up in 3 minutes. So they were practically doing everything she wanted and they didn't even blink. And I just laughed how she makes them pose by posing herself, and just, it's like they mirror her and they so go with it. And they are very comfortable, and it's just nice to see.
Great. So at the break, we're going to see your best poses too.
I think what I grabbed from it the most was the work-life balance that they have. I have 4 children of my own, and trying to balance that and a full-time job and photography, just seeing how it can be done and the product that you can get from it and just still be amazing. And then again, the marketing, as you said, because without the client, you really don't have an image. You can't be as creative as you'd like to be. So I think that's important. And then also accepting the fact that everyone is not your client. So.
Always a great point. Thank you. And the I love how Rachel talks about my brand is my client. My client is my brand.
Yeah.
Which was a great segue again into this morning. We're going to be all business.
Absolutely.
So Russ, I think it is time for us to get started. Why don't
agree.
you go check out what is going on in those chat rooms, see who's joining us.
I'll see you in there, guys.
All right. Everybody, welcome again to Creative Live. This is Boudoir Photography with Rachel Stevens and her husband and business partner, Sean O'Riordan. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch free classes on Creative Live, how to purchase the courses, and how to ask questions and be involved in our social classroom. Everybody, you can see what is playing on Creative Live anytime by going up to that top watch button, that green button. When you click on that from anywhere on our site, it will pop down a menu. That's going to show you everything that is playing on Creative Live. We are now 24/7 free education here. We have 5 channels at Creative Live, and at any time, you can come on over, tune in, and see what is playing and watch for free. The other option here is that you can choose to purchase anytime access to any course here on Creative Live. That allows you to be able to, just like any on-demand, be able to stop, pause, rewind, fast forward, get access to all of the videos so that you can watch them over time on your own time. This course is $149. However, again, when you purchase during the live event itself, it is $99, and you can do that right beneath the video that you're watching right now. We invite you to join our social classroom here, and the best way to do that is by clicking on the Join to Chat with Class Participants button. That'll pop open a new window, and that's going to show you the 3 different chat rooms that we have here for you to interact with us here in our Seattle studio from wherever you are all over the world. So let's take a look at each of those rooms. The first one is the Creative Live room, and this is the room for you guys to have your on-topic conversations and discussions. So we're talking about boudoir photography here over the course of these 3 days. Share your knowledge, share your resources, and share your insights with each other here in the live room. We also have the Creative Cues room, and this is the room for your questions for our instructors. So we have CL Andrea. She is there in the chat rooms along with Russ and I, and she is collecting all your questions for us. We're making a note. Tell us where you're joining us from, and we will be asking your questions when they're on topic as to what we are talking about with Rachel and Sean. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and good morning, loungers. This is the room for our community to get to know each other and have fun. So anything you want to talk about the weather, talk about what you did for Valentine's Day last night, all that, go in the lounge. And once again, this is Rachel Stevens and our 3-day boudoir photography workshop. How we work here at Creative Live is we try to bring as many people possible into our room here for free during our live events. That's all of you joining us from all over the world. You can then choose to have, like I said, anytime access to these courses, to all of the course content, all of the videos, plus the bonus materials that we'll talk about for $149. Again, when you purchase during the live event, we give you the live event special discount price of $99. So today is the day for you to make that decision as to whether this course is for you. Let's take a look at the course page. This is where all of the content for the course can be found. You can easily get there by clicking on the title of the course right beneath the video player that you're watching. When you go to the course page, you can see that you can RSVP for the course for free. Of course, this is always free to enroll for our courses, and when you do that, you can scroll down the page. We have a number of bonus materials for free when you enroll, including special offers that Rachel has brought and is providing for all of you out there just for RSVPing for free. This is also where you will find all of the course content, all of those videos, and the bonus materials that are added to this course. So everybody, today we are going to be announcing our big winner of the Boudoir Photography Contest. So hold tight, everybody. Can't wait to tell you who has been selected for amazing, amazing prizes. So thank you to everybody who entered and put yourself out there, put your work out there. It's been amazing to see all of the entries that have come in. So everybody, it is time to get started once again. Welcome to Creative Live. This is day 3 of our 3-day workshop on boudoir photography with Rachel Stevens and Sean O'Riordan. This morning we are going to kick off the day with Sean, who is Rachel's husband and business partner. He is going to give us a peek behind the curtains and go deep into everything that goes on and to how they're able to run a very, very successful business. Please help me bring on Mr. Sean O'Riordan.
Good morning. How are you? Good to see you.
I am doing great this morning. How are you doing?
I am doing awesome. How are you guys doing? Great. That's great. We got a lot of stuff.
We do have a lot to cover here. Thank you again for coming and being a guest instructor here, being a co-instructor. I think it's really, really fascinating that we get the chance to not only obviously see Rachel do her thing, but learn what you do on your side, because truly, it is all about business.
Well,
in order to be successful and do what you guys do, there is the art and there is the business.
Right. And in this business, part of the art is making it a business.
Exactly.
So why don't we dive right into it?
Let's do that. You got your clicker here. I'm going to go check in with the internets at home, and thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. It's good to see everybody back today. Did you have a good Valentine's Day? Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's get right into it. Today I'm going to cover a little bit about what we talked about the other day. I know a lot of people were not able to catch that section, so I'm just going to touch on it. And then I'm going to go deeper into what you do once you get to your email lists, and then how we've automated our system. Now, this is how we do it, okay? How you do it, it's going to end up looking different. It's going to fit into your life. It's going to fit into how you want to design your business and how you want to attract your client, okay? So again, everything Rachel and I do, it's how we do it. And it's not necessarily orthodox. It's just what works for us and the trail that we decided to blaze for ourselves. So let's get right back into it. Business of boudoir. So the other day I brought up our totals, and our first total was my ad buy for last year, for 2013. As you can see, it was about $12,000 for the entire year. So that's only a couple of dollars a day, $50 to $100 a day, depending on where we were. Our revenues were $329,000. and that return on investment was 2,744%. So that's the number I like the best. The other numbers, that's just money. But this tells me how much of an impact one number had on the other number. You know, so it could be any numbers in the top two. It's the bottom one that I'm looking for. And again, we touched who has checked Facebook this morning? Anybody? And crew, who has checked Facebook this morning? Everybody. Everybody. And also your clients have too, because, as I said, Facebook is where your clients are. We talked a little bit about Facebook ads, why I like them. One, it's where your clients are, but also I can track it. I can track it in real time. I'm seeing what my engagement is. I'm seeing how much my engagement is costing me as well. So I always have something going, and it showed what my numbers were, what I was spending per day. It's real time. I can stop it. I can start it. I can move it. I can do whatever I want. I can start different campaigns. If something's working well, I can build on it. And I can build that engagement with my prospective client. Excuse me. So it's the engagement that I'm looking for. Marketing is what? It's an exchange of information. It's not selling. It's, hey, here's something that I think you might want to know more about. Let me tell you about it. I want to tell you about it. That's all I want to do. And so we can open up a dialogue between our prospective clients, okay? I don't like selling anything. I don't upsell anything. We don't sell products. It's about an experience for the client. It's not a technical issue. And then we went into how we could do the demographics, how we could really target. We could be that archer, right? We can see where our client is. We can move them a little closer so that we can really target in and get to that prospective client. And that's anywhere in the photography business, as we touched on that. And as in the bonus materials, you have me doing an actual ad how I do it. Again, how you do it should be different. This is our personality. This is how we do it, how you do it. It's going to be fantastic for you to find that. It's going to be very exciting. It was when I found it, it was like, it was that aha moment. And you don't get a lot of those in life. So when you do get it, grab it and go with it. And then I showed you where we direct our prospective client to a specific page for whichever product that we want to give them more information about, whichever session in our business, what city, where Rachel's going to be. And we get them to our landing page for the specific city, to where then we can get them into our system. Okay? So for all of you, that was just covering where we were the other day for that hour and a half or so that we went. I just wanted to give a refresher so that we can get right back into what we're going into. All right, so what I was talking about, where we drive our prospect, I'm very specific where my prospect lands. I want them in a spot, okay? I want them to get information about this one place, and that can be all across your market. So if, for instance, let's say that you have a teen market and wedding market, don't be general when you're driving to weddings or children, or especially boudoir. You want to be specific. You want to be that archer. So the information that they're getting is what the ad originally promised them, that this is where information is. This is where I'm going to learn more. All right, a general landing, though I say still keep the general, and I'll show you that in a minute. I have a list of probably about 35 different landing pages that people go into. So when I'm saying keep the general, if I have a general announcement, for instance, the Creative Live course, that was a broadcast to everybody within my system. This is great information that I know that people want to know what Rachel's doing, where she is, what's going on, so that they can follow and find out what's happening with her and what's happening with our business. Not that they're worried about the business, but that she has a following in and of itself that just kind of want to know what's going on. So I keep big announcements, her ebooks, things like that that'll go to the general list. But on the specific, for instance, she has Honolulu coming up. So the people I already have, I continually market to that one city for new interest. But what do I do with all the people 2 years ago, 3 years ago that showed interest in Honolulu? They probably haven't been on her page in a while. They don't know what her schedule is. Hey, she's going to be there 3 weeks. Oh yeah, I wanted to do that. I need to, again, start that conversation with Sean to get more info because I can do it this time. I'm in the headspace, or I have the money, or I just want to do it now. So you keep that part of your prospect engaged in what's going on as you continually cultivate new prospective clients. So it's not only the new, you've got to keep the old going as well. So you have your new engagement, your old engagement, and you keep it going together. Canned spam of 2003. Does anybody know what the Canned Spam Act is? All right, in Congress, they were brilliant at this one point. 2003, they had the Canned Spam Act. What it did, as everybody knows, we were getting killed with spam for content that we certainly did not want. So the government came in and said, if you're going to send somebody an email, they have to have either done business with you, requested information from you. They also, if they have requested information and you send them information and then they want to unsubscribe, it has to be done. What happens if it doesn't? Is a $16,000 penalty for every individual case of sending unsolicited email to somebody. That's a big liability. Just let that sit for a minute. $16,000 per case. Now, they're obviously going after big fish, after everything, but I sure don't want to be on the hook. I don't want to be on the hook for stuff like that. I'm a big liability guy. We have huge insurances. Rachel travels. She goes to private homes that she secures, vacation homes. Well, if something happens, you better have a good liability policy. A nice umbrella policy. Always talk to your insurance agent. Ours is several million. You don't want somebody to trip and fall, and they'll. Again, I'm a big liability person. In our industry, security of the client, not only physical security, but the security of their images. If that gets out in a third party, that's my liability problem. So always be very, very careful with client images. In any part of the business, especially to me, especially this part of the business, I wouldn't want someone to be a third grade teacher and somehow their image got out. We've all seen the story about the third grade teacher who had a picture somehow show up and then doesn't have a job. And that'd be my fault. One, as a person, I don't want that, but also liability-wise, always be very, very protective of your client. All galleries are password protected. They're only up for a certain period of time. Then not only are they shut down, they're pulled off of anything that can be accessed via the internet, and they go into hard storage, where you would have to come and rob my locked files. Because if it can access the internet, you'd have to be really, really smart, but it can be gotten. Okay? That's at least the way I see it. That's how paranoid or how attentive I am to potential liability problems. And then I also, you'll get a lot of clients who will ask, well, I see all these images, but I don't want Rachel to use my image. Well, of course not. And we have systems in place for that client to opt out and specifically say, I don't want my images used. I would say over 65% of Rachel's work is never seen. So put that into your business where a client has to, in writing, tell you no. In writing, tell you yes. In policy, you can say, if you haven't told me, I'm going to use it. But it's always good to make sure that you have written permission, or else you're using somebody else's imagery in a very intimate situation. and you don't want to do that. So again, Canned Spam Act is a $16,000 penalty. Before the act, and this is a while ago, I would try and do all of this stuff myself. You know, if someone's unsubscribing, I should get them off my email list. Well, you have to get them off. So I don't recommend setting up any system where you're in control of it entirely, like it's on your server and there's not a third-party company that has good liability as well. If somebody breaks into my email company, well, that's their liability, so there's some protection there. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. You should contact an attorney for all legal advice. But, so the company we use is Aweber. There's MailChimp, there's Constant Contact, there's MyEmma, there's companies who have software that'll take care of all of this for you. I highly recommend that you don't do it yourself. It's that one detail that it just opens you up to too much potential problems. And I don't want that, for me at least. Also, with the larger companies, we do a double opt-in. So for instance, let's say you click on my ad, you go to my landing page, you put an email address in. Well, you got to do one more thing, because my company, I've got it set up that an email is going to go out to you and say, hey, are you a real person? Did you really ask for this? If so, please click this link. And that confirms them. And as soon as they're confirmed, that's when the whole conversation really, really opens. So what this does is it gets your prospective client, they've acted on 3 occasions now to have the conversation with you. This is somebody who's very interested in what you have to offer, because you have gone out of your way to put up a barrier around you, the velvet rope kind of thing of, I'm happy to talk to you, but you've got to get some hoops done before I'm willing to just freely give you information. I'm not going to spill my water. For me, I like that. It gets, again, some people don't like it and they get very irritated and they're not my client. Because I don't want to, if you want information, I want information too. It's an exchange. It's not just I'm freely giving you everything, the keys to the kingdom. Because in our situation, we'll have a lot of professionals who are trying to see how we do our business as well. So I want to make sure, I'm happy to share that, but you still have to jump through the hoops to get to me. I don't just want to talk to anybody. I want to talk to people who are interested in what we're doing. And then drip, drip, drip. Who has heard of drip content? Anybody? Drip content? Okay, this is all automated. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. If I had to monitor this, it would be all that I did. Yesterday, I had, while everybody was in class, while everybody was watching, I had 2 ads going, and I had 14 emails from 4 in the afternoon to 6 at night. I don't want to sit there and, okay, and then I've got to do this, and then I've got to do that. That would take me all day. That would be like Rachel retouching longhand. It's not effective. It's not efficient. And once you factor your time as your most expensive resource, that's when your life opens up. Right? Your time is the only thing that you concretely have. You've got nothing else. That's the way we see it. We only have time with each other. I could be hit by a bus in 10 minutes. Well, I sure wish I was working more. Rachel would have wished I was working more. My kids would have, that's excuse me, that's the whole thing. Once that's your commodity, once that's what you're selling as the business person, not as the artist, it's your time. And to me, that should be, for me, $1 million an hour. That's how important it is to me to do whatever I want to be doing. So I don't want to be doing all this. I want to set it up once, and then it's like a big ball. It's hard to start, but then afterwards you just tap it, and it keeps moving. You tap it. It's almost like you're tapping it downhill. Starting it is pushing it uphill a little. Not a lot of work, it's gonna take you a little bit. It's your market, wherever you are, however you design your business, however your current business is, once you start implementing something new, it takes a bit. It may not hit in 2 seconds. It may take a while. But I know it works. Why? Because I do it every day. So I'm positive that it'll work. And it works across multiple industries, but it works great in photography, as long as you're offering a product that people want, as long as the work is there. So everything has to keep moving up and up and up, always keep learning. I'm right now studying more on what's coming down the pipe from Facebook and what is happening ad-wise with retargeting. And that's a different class, but Facebook is coming out with website custom audiences, which for marketers is huge. It's gonna be huge. That's the next thing. Retargeting is the current next thing for people who, like us, we just have a small little business. We're not a big brand store, or we're not a big cell phone company who can afford tens of millions of dollars. I can afford, $50 a day right now. That's all I want to spend. I don't want to spend more than that. All right, so drip, drip content. Somebody reaches out to us to get information. They go through the hoops, and then they get an email. Here's a lot of information about a session. And it's several pages long, and you'll see some in a minute. A lot of information, and they get to digest it, and it's linked out to different pieces of information on our website, so it keeps them engaged with us. And then, 2 days later, they get another email. And that's more of a personal, everybody's nervous about this. And then a few more days later, they get another email about Rachel. And then a week after that, they get a follow-up email from me to make sure that they got all the other emails. So what I've done is I've had a month-and-a-half conversation, or a month-long conversation with somebody and engaging them, all done automatically. Now, at any point during this process, they'll give me a call, or they'll email me and ask a question. Obviously, I'm getting right on that. That's somebody who is getting my information and continually engaging with me. So I want to stay on top of that. That's your client right there. Questions? Any questions right now?
Start with our studio audience if we have any. Yeah.
So one thing that I thought was interesting when you say you take your galleries off, after a certain time period. Mm-hmm. So you don't use any type of cloud because, some clients, they want to be able to
Too bad. That's
okay.
Too bad. Client doesn't run my business.
Okay.
I run my business. And I'll talk to you about that in a minute, about timeframes and things like that.
Okay.
Clients are awesome. I love them. Don't give them too much permission to run your business.
Okay.
You run it. And once I know I'm like this. Once somebody tells me, well, this is just how it is. In most situations, if we're having a nice, friendly business agreement, you're my client, and I'll say, oh yeah, well, you need to do this by this date. Well, I'm going to do that by that date. Unless it's egregiously and against everything I believe in, then I'm not going to kick up a fuss. This is how somebody's running their business. I'm doing business with them, so I'm just going to follow along, and they know what they're doing, and I want to buy what they've got. Excuse me. Any other questions?
Yeah, just a quick one from Kirk Elliott Photography in St. Lucia. You send out a lot of emails. Do you write them all, or do you use copywriters?
We write them. The big emails, the inquiry email is written by Rachel. It's in her voice. She's written, I think, the 3 big ones because it's not copy. Copy is selling something. Copy is selling something. Copy is an advertisement. Now, if I'll do the big broadcasts, and again, I've read a lot of copy and subscribed to a lot of copywriters, so I get it. I understand hook. I understand this is what I'm telling you, this is what I'm going to tell you, this is what I just told you, and making it fun and making it interesting. So I'm kind of a geek. I like to read a lot of things like that and figure stuff like this out. I don't like necessarily to pay other people to do it. But there are great copywriters and there are great websites to where you can, for a very limited amount of money, can get somebody to do it, freelancers. It's cost effective. Again, this is all in our voice. This is how we do it. And with copy, you're trying to sell something, in my opinion.
Just a quick question from Kirk Elliott Photography, or from Soul Scraping. How far before an event are you starting to run the ads to get them opted into the emails?
That's a good question. It depends. It's like the tide. You kind of know when it's coming, but unless you have specifics, no, that's a bad analogy. Sorry about that. I'll start about 6 weeks. I'll start sprinkling it. I'll hit my older email, my older opt-ins earlier than that with, hey, Rachel's coming up. You want to remember this. So it gives them, and I'm only telling you right now, so it gives them the opportunity to start booking first, so that they get the choicest times in how they see it. And I'll go into it, I don't book, the client doesn't tell me when they're coming, I tell the client when they're coming. The client asks for a specific part of the day, and I can usually 95% of the time accommodate that, but not a specific time. And it's due to the idiosyncrasies of Rachel's schedule and how it works. Again, when you lay things out in front of people and you walk them through it, they tend to follow you because they figure out they figure you know what you're doing, so okay. But then the hard advertisement, the daily stuff, about 4 weeks, I'll start doing every other day. Here's a little gem, I never advertise on a Friday. It's just a waste, I've found it to be a waste of money. People are thinking about the weekend, people have got stuff to do. But I might advertise on a Saturday night. People are home. They're like, hey, this is cool, let's look into this. I find that to be a very good time. Nights are good for this type of business. I think probably the not safe for work links might not be a good idea.
That's a good point to consider. I never actually thought about that.
Yeah.
I love it.
So it depends on where you work, but excuse me. But a lot of times I'll hit nights, early mornings, and then I've got to think of time zones. I've got to think, okay, she's going to New York. I shouldn't hit it now because they're 3 hours ahead of me. So I've got to figure that out. Facebook right now doesn't let you start at this time, stop at that time. Start at this day, stop at that day and time. But so I go in and I kind of ride it every day.
Great. I think we can keep going.
Okay, cool. So drip content is very important to automate, to just allow you not to have to do it. Though sometimes you're going to get somebody who says, well, I wanted a specific question they didn't read it. They didn't, because everything's answered, every question that's asked. The only time that it's special is that the potential client has a special story. My spouse passed away, or I'm on a weight loss journey, or it's not a question, it's they want to tell you more about themselves. Rarely is it a question's not answered. All right, so this is just kind of a glimpse at when I said specific, and specificity is the key. So I've got Honolulu, Maui, Minneapolis, Phoenix. This is stuff from our main site. This is stuff from action sites, Los Angeles, San Diego. So I've got people who have told me where they live, and I can market to them specifically for when we are going to be in their neck of the woods. The numbers don't mean much to you, they mean a lot to me, but I know how many people I'm going to hit that day, and then, even better, so let's say I do a broadcast email out to potential clients again. And I have several links. One link will be to booking a session, another may be to some different looks. 2 days later, when I come back and I see my results, I can see how many people clicked on the first link, how many people clicked on the second link, how many people clicked on the third link. And then I know, let's say my first link is to booking a session, and I've got 45 people who clicked on that. Now I can send a specific email to those 45 people. So you can pare it down, pare it down, pare it down, pare it down. That's becoming the archer again. These are all systems. Every business has a system. What's your system going to be? This is what our system is. And I'm sure many of you already have a system, or many of you at home already have a system. Is it efficient? Can it be more efficient? Can it give you more of that time? Can you get more of that time back? That's what's important to us. That's how we've tried to figure it out. We did not find that our business model was something that was done much. We kind of, I think, invented it as we were going along, saying, hey, this works, hey, that works. And it's one of those not really knowing what the rules were and what you're supposed to do, because our society is changing so quickly. The way that we interact with each other in the past decade has changed. I remember getting my first text. I'm like, what? What's that? You know, and then you had the 9 numbers and you're trying to figure out what to type in. And now it's ubiquitous. Everybody's walking around like this all the time. We're always communicating with each other. We might not be saying very much to each other, but we're always communicating. All right, so I'm going to give you a little bit of that drip content of what we do and how it works. So a potential client, this is, I have new email just as of January 1st, but this is the only thing that changed is that number. So now you've gone through the different levels of wanting to get information, the streamlining and time saving for us. So this is what comes out. And it tells pretty much everything. And if it doesn't tell everything, it's got links. So you're continually having to interact with us, right? So Rachel will lay it down. You can check out testimonials or see her galleries. This is when you use your main website. The client's already there, they've already paid. Using, again, as we talked about the other day, sending an advertisement to a main website is probably the biggest waste of money in Facebook ads. It just doesn't work. Because you're not asking a client to do anything, you're not demanding something for the privilege. You know, it's just kind of like picking up a magazine at a doctor's office. You can just fold through and pick up a new one. They're not focused. You want to focus them. You want to give them the information that you want them to have. And then they can go do whatever they want because you've given it to them. You've got them in your system that is going to continue until they opt out of it. And guess what? Eventually they opt back in. We get it out, we get it in, we get it out, we get it in. People will say, stop sending me emails. Okay, hit the opt-out button. Everything has to have opt-out. And the big companies automatically in the footer, it'll have unsubscribe or opt-out or whatever. I even have an email filter in my Outlook to filter the word unsubscribe so I know who's sending me email, who's sending me newsletters. So I have a whole folder. That way it's not in my inbox, it's just in an unsubscribe folder that I know I'm going to want to read later. So don't tell that to your client to make a filter, because then they might not be reading your stuff. But for you, it's a good idea. Trust me, we were on vacation and I came back and I'm 3,000 emails, unsubscribe. 1,800 emails, and then everything else was in that folder. So she'll link out to our main site for reviews. We find that important. It's a good selling point, what other people say about you, not what you say about you. I know I love me. I want you to know other people love me. Or Rachel, not me. And then we've got a frequently asked questions. And she covers everything, how much, what's the time, is makeup provided, what about clothes, all of that. Biggest one for me is bookings. I want to drive people to our booking software. And the booking software, I'll go into that in a minute, it's totally different than normal photography scheduling software. The reason is her schedule's so weird. Not so weird, so efficient for what we do. But it is different. And the schedule is included in the bonus material when you sign up for the course, correct? Yeah, so you can see how she runs her schedule. It's something that you build up to, you may not want to do it that way to start off, because she'll do a lot of clients in a day over a weekend. We always offer a military discount. That's been a great business booster for us. And we do it on both the session and on ordering images. Discounts are great because you're going to get somebody who will say, I'm with a charity, or I'm with this, or they're going to give you a story, will you offer me a discount? And you say, I already do discounts. We already support, Rachel has a breast cancer page that she'll do a pro bono session in each city. And we also do discounts with the military. So we already do it. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it with you. And then that totally changes the subject. It acknowledges what they've said. You've acknowledged it is important, yes, but this is what we do currently. And we're not open up to other types of discounts for a charity or whatever. All right. And then we were talking about our drip content. So that was that's the immediate email that goes out to a potential client right after they have subscribed to the list that they were funneled into. And then 3 days after that, there'll be kind of a, hey, everybody's nervous. I understand. And this is from Rachel. This is in Rachel's own voice. She gets it and has a little story about it and wants to make you feel comfortable and knows that you're worried. And maybe it's not something that you want to do, and that's fine. Days after that is Rachel's personal story, which is, in my opinion, quite moving. And this one gets a very good response in conversation because we're very open as people who we are, where we've come from. It's been a long road to get here. And so we're imperfect, just like everybody else. So then her personal story will go out, and that opens more conversation to where people see, hey, this is not just a business, these are people. And that breaks down their defenses. Our defenses are already down. That helps humanize us more and break their defenses down. Then over a week, I think I've got it 7 days after that email, little follow-up from me. Hey, did you get this? Can I answer any other questions? If I can, or if you don't want to talk to me, because I'm a guy, right? So people often ask the question, and I've had it in classes, I'm the one who deals with all prospective clients. Rachel never talks or meets somebody until they walk in the room. It's very rare that even there's email exchange, unless the story is quite substantial, unless it's quite moving, and this client needs her. They don't need me, they need Rachel at that point. We had in a recent city, very fortunate, we had a cancellation. It was weird. And 10 minutes after the cancellation, a woman with end-stage breast cancer, stage 3, and with not a long prognosis, called. And that's Rachel needs to talk. She didn't need me. So luckily, this thing canceled, and we were able to just get your stuff, go right now. Or go tomorrow morning, and we'll take care of it. And that was part of our giving back, because she gives the free sessions to breast cancer survivors. So find out whatever it is that you feel strong about giving to, not something that's going to get you business. Giving is not about getting, it's about giving. Questions? Yes?
So, do most people book after the 4th email?
Probably not. I would say most people that you start the conversation with don't book the first time you're having the conversation. And that's fine, because you have a conversation still open. So some of those numbers that I showed you earlier are people who are in that email list. They may have been there for 2 or 3 years, but they'll eventually become a client. hopefully. But if not, there's another person in that list that might. And if not, there's another person that might. So that's why you want to keep engaged with your previous prospects and your current. All marketing, you have the macro numbers, and it goes down, 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 down. So maybe out of 100 people who inquire, 4 might become a client. But I can tell you, out of 98% of people who call me become a client. If you're on the phone with me, you're a client. You may not know it yet, but you will be by the end of the call, because you're calling to see what's the availability at a specific city, or you just want the human voice. But if you've called, you've gone through so much stuff just to get to us. I'll have people say, I never put my email in. Of course you did. I have a record of it. I have the IP address, and I know when you sent it. But if you want to unsubscribe, there's a button right here, just unsubscribe, please. It's very simple. But if somebody wants to unsubscribe, get them off your list. They're not your client, but they may subscribe again in the future. Don't worry that the numbers that you see will dwindle, dwindle, dwindle down to it's like distilling, right? So you get all your emails in, and then information keeps going out. What I always hope happens, let me go back just a second. What I always hope happens before you call me, because that's time, I hope a client will hit booking and just go and take care of it, because they already know, they're like, hey, the pictures are great, or I've always wanted to do this, or there's a lot more text down here, or they've thought, yeah, I'm in. We'll get a good % out of that, but by the time you've called me, when you're on the phone, I've got a script that I run through, and I let the client know, at that point, that I'm gonna let me tell you everything that you can expect, and then once I'm done with that, if you have any questions, just let me know. And then I'll go into about a 90-second to a minute and a half script that answers every single big question that they're gonna ask, even pricing. And I answer pricing by not answering pricing. Give somebody an indication. You can expect between this average client will invest between this amount and that amount. So what have I done right there? I've satisfied how much am I willing to spend from the client's point of view. They've given me this ballpark, and I always end it. Now, a lot of people go way, way over that number. A lot go under, but that's my average. And as soon as I'm at that, then I'm, again, getting right into the contract. Rachel has an opening in the morning or in the afternoon. Which one would you like? Start writing it. So, talking about pricing, I'm happy to go over specifics. And again, the specifics I'll do in a general sense. I'll hit some of the print prices. Then Rachel's most popular products are books. They start at this price. They go up to this price. I'm happy to do that, and within the framework of that conversation, because they've taken so much effort to get to me. They should know what to expect, and I'm a big fan of being upfront. I'm not a big fan of, hey, smoke and mirrors. At the end, you got to be upfront. I think in our industry, that is one thing that prospects have seen. Oh, I went to this one place, and they told me this one thing, and it really ended up being this price. I don't think that's fair. I don't like that as a consumer. I don't want people to think that of me. So without going into specific pricing, I'm going to let you know you're looking at roughly $1,800. And Rachel and I, and part of my script, I'm off script, but on my script. Rachel and I live in this economy just like you do. So what we've done for image orders is kind of like a classic layaway plan. place your order, tell me how long you want to pay over, and then I'll split it into that many payments. And then once the images are paid for, they'll go to Rachel for processing. That increased our business a lot by offering that. And it's so simple to do. You set it, set it in your Outlook that this one person is paying once on the 28th a certain amount of money, and they're going to be done in December, so your Outlook will remind you that this person's payment's done. Why am I not checking every month? Because I've got that set up in my credit card processor, that on the 21st of every month, debit such and such a card for $475 for 6 months. So it's all automated, 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 automated. We're all about the automation of it. And I've talked to other photographers that they've started implementing this because the economy is, even if it's better, people still think it's not, right? All right, so let's get back forward again. Any questions that I can answer that way?
I'm just curious, what else is in that script? Excuse me, because I know a lot of photographers, that's like the scariest part, is getting that client on the phone and what am I going to say? So what are some of the other things that you hit in that script?
Okay, well, I'll do it if you want.
Let's do it.
So let me go over this so that you have a good understanding of everything that Rachel is doing. So the session is 2 hours. It includes hair and makeup, not only in the time, but in the price. You'll be with hair and makeup roughly 45 minutes to an hour. And then that's when you and Rachel will go over the outfits that you bring. In this session, Rachel recommends that you bring 3 outfits. You're only going to get into 2 of them, but it's better to have a little more than a little less. And that's where the client goes, oh yeah, it is. Then I got them. Because 99% of the time they'll go, oh yeah, it is. They will. This is true. So a little more than a little less. And then once you start shooting, it's about 45 minutes of hard shooting time. And in that time, you'll get 2 outfits and a nude, or an implied nude, which is kind of the sheet strategically wrapped around you, so nothing is showing. That's the session. 2 weeks after your session, you're going to receive your online proofing gallery. It's in a password-protected, secured site. Attached to that email is what Rachel calls her teaser image. If you look on Facebook, on our Facebook page, all of those are actual client teasers that clients have allowed us to use. So now I've answered the question before the question is asked. Clients have allowed us to use, right? And those are fully retouched, ready to go to the printer, and they're designed to show you this is how Rachel sees doing your retouching. Because when you open your gallery, you're going to see lightly retouched images. And on average, you'll be proofing between 40 and 50 images at time of proofing. So in Honolulu, she's got a morning session and an afternoon session. Which would you prefer? Boom. I'm into the contract.
Always closing.
Well,
Always
you know what? That's a 90, like a 98% closing rate on that. What question didn't I answer? I gave you the time. Hair and makeup's included. You're bringing your own clothes. How many clothes are you bringing? How many are you going to get into? Do I have to get naked? Or an implied nude? All the images that you see, clients have allowed us to use. The amount of images. When you're going to receive it. What time would you like? Boom, 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 boom.
That's awesome.
Done.
It's really cool.
Thank
So
you.
figure out what your script is. Why does a script work? One, it just works. How many phone, if it didn't work, you wouldn't get those annoying phone calls trying to sell you stuff. They work. And what's the best thing about them is when a client comes back and says, you never told me that. Like, well, I'm sorry, but I certainly did. Because I talk to Rachel's 500 plus clients a year and I say the exact same thing. Why? Because I have to. I can't say something different to each different client. I'd never remember. So I can fall back on that and say, I know you're wrong. I have no problem arguing with people. I'm quite good at it. I have no problem with people getting in my face and telling me, no, you didn't. Well, I did, and I'll show you in a minute. I have an email for that as well. Any other? Yes?
So, to go back to the clients that did not book, do you only send out emails with events in their area, or do you have other emails just saying, hey, we are still here?
That's a good question. Good question. So earlier on I said keep the general, and what I mean by that, all that list of email, like RSP, Honolulu, RSP, that just means Rachel Stevens Photography, Honolulu, Maui, wherever. If I'm doing a big announcement, we recently had a session price change. Everybody gets that. Her ebook is still #1 on photographers A to Z on Amazon.com. That's a pretty cool thing to be able to say. I mean, it's a real subgroup, but hey, it's #1. How many other people have a #1 book on Amazon? Probably a bunch because it's sub. But that's a pretty cool announcement, I thought. You know, or hey, we're going to be on Creative Live. That's cool. Let's tell everybody about it. So that I'll get a lot of people, you know, I don't want that information. Good, get lost. I don't want you either. Not everybody, even on your email list, should be on your email list. They are, and then they'll eventually. I did a scary thing last year. We had an email list of upwards of 25,000 people, but to send to that amount of people is really expensive. So I resent to say, look, if you want to still get information from us, you need to resubscribe. We now have a list of 5,000 people. But it only cost me $20 a month to send it, and it's 5,000 people who reaffirmed. Email addresses, people go through them. The exchange rate on those is, I'd say, 30 to 40% a year. So you want to pare it down. Even if you've got a big list, don't say, oh, it's so big, I don't want it to get small again. Well, you do because you're just wasting money, and I don't want to do that. You had a question, yeah?
I did. During the phone conversation, like you just went over, I heard Rachel mention the other day that she has her clients bring their own sheets. Do you touch on that during the phone conversation?
It's
or
in that. Email? That's in another email. They'll ask, and I'll say because now she's using private homes. I'll say yeah, and especially a colored sheet or bring a flat sheet, and then I'll also let them know, moving down into the close, that's an email that you'll get once you're a client and booked. We also don't give out locations of where we're shooting, and that's a security issue, right? I mean, you've got people in a very vulnerable situation. I got my wife there by herself with a makeup artist. I'm not telling you where it is until you've given me money. Until I know everything about you, I won't give you any information about the location. Because what if you're a crazy girlfriend of the client's boyfriend? You know, there's weird stuff happens. So just make sure you're covered at all times. And it's always about the security and comfort of your client. Always about that. And also, it's about letting your client know we're not pushovers either. This is a business, and we want you to have a great experience, but don't. I've fired clients before. So here's your money back. We don't do business with you. If you're being a pain in the neck to me, Rachel's not going to want to shoot you. One, because I'm awesome. But that's an indication of you're just kind of a pain in the neck. And she doesn't want to shoot that. She's at a level where it's like, I want to enjoy everything I'm doing. How are we on time? Okay, good.
Got about a half hour.
Okay, another question, and then I can move on?
Let's keep going.
All right. So this was my follow-up email, and I've got a couple of links, Facebook page, a YouTube video, testimonial page. Hey, Rachel was in Shape magazine. That gives you that street cred. You know, and that's stuff you build on to get that outside third-party credibility. The work stands for itself, but it sure never hurts to go after other stuff. And that's I go after that. I hit them. Hey, they should do this, or press releases, or whatever. We got contacted by Shape after I sent out a press release about Rachel doing something else, and it was just a Ask the Expert kind of column, but it's, that's a Madison Avenue magazine. Yeah.
So if you send them to Shape magazine, do you make a landing page on your own, or do you really send them away?
No, I send them there because this is an email. This is already on their computer. So I've already got them. They've already given me information. So now I'm not worried about them going to click out and find the whole world on the interwebs. I don't mind, because I'm living on their computer now, and I've got their information. They'll continually get stuff from me.
Yeah, but you structure the links in the email.
Yeah, so this.
In order so they would first go to your own stuff, right?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Sometimes I'll even, this is automatic. It has been updated, even in the signature. I mean, in our signature now, we have the beautiful Creative Live What Boudoir Means to Me video that Rachel did. It's just a great piece. Why not share it with people? So put a lot of stuff in your signature as well. Not a lot of stuff. Put 2 or 3 links in your signature. Yeah, I always put our Facebook page in our signature, my other email address in our signature, our main one, and then sometimes there'll be something just above here, but not in my form email, because then I'd have to go in and change it all the time. If it's not working, if my emails aren't working, constantly monitor your stuff. I like a client rate of 6% from my email marketing. 6%. I'm doing well. That's a good number. And that's paring it down, because that's somebody who really wants to do business. As I said, Rachel's schedule is weird, different. It's different. So we don't use traditional booking software. I use a shopping cart. This is branded for us. It's done by Big Commerce. I figure out how many sessions is she shooting in the morning. She can shoot 4. How many in the afternoon? She can shoot 7. How many at night? She can shoot 7. So I just make an inventory. 4 morning, 7 afternoon, 7 evening. And then as they come in, I just book the client in the time that's available. The client doesn't tell me when. They've just told me I want one in the morning. Well, they want it in the morning, no problem. Put it in, and 1 has left my inventory. 2 have left my inventory. Morning sold out. Right? So I don't have to follow it. I don't have to, it'll shut it off. You can't add anymore. The product's no longer available. So the session is sold like a product. Again, we automate. And then this will send me an email invoice telling me that it's been booked, that a client has purchased a session. Then I'll be able to go into my back end, see who the client is, fill out a contract, send them another receipt, even though they've got one, with their time, and then our receipt email, which looks like this. Dear client, thank you for sharing your place on our client list for the event in this city on this date at this time. I've sent them the time. It doesn't matter. They know they'll be in the afternoon. They'll know they'll be in the evening. Sometimes you'll get somebody coming back saying, oh, that really doesn't work for me. Well, if there's another spot available, I'll move them. If there's not, I'll refund them or give them the option of using it as a credit for the next time she's back. But I'm not going to try and move everybody else around that I've already got booked and sent confirmations to try and confirm this one person when I know I'll be able to sell the spot anyway. Right? I'm happy to refund in that situation, but nerves and jitters, we don't refund at all. Oh, I've got a cold. Theraflu, get going. You gotta go. Rachel's there, you gotta go. And we'll hold them to that, and we'll hold them to an order minimum if they don't show up. And that's all in the policy, that's all in stuff that's been agreed to. As with everything, have an attorney go over it, somebody who's good. Our attorney's awesome, so I like her. All right, this is what they get. There's some links here that are proprietary that I'm not sharing. And that's to online forms and things like that people can put information in, and I obviously don't want people to start clicking and clogging me up. So this is from me to a client to say, hey, we've got everything. This is when you're going to be there. You're going to get more information probably more than you want, but you're going to get more information, just not right at this second. It's coming in the future. And I've let them know that on the phone, and if I haven't talked to them, then this email tells them that. One of the links, which is in the bonus material, is what we call our sessions information packet. I always let clients know you're going to get this. It's going to answer most of your questions, a lot of the technical ones, like don't wear body glitter, which always gets a little chuckle out of them, like who would ever wear body glitter? And then that's opening up a friendly conversation in a business transaction when I'm talking to people. So this is about 6 pages. It's got helpful links to wardrobe and what to expect. And as Rachel was saying yesterday, she's all business up front and fun in the back. Well, this is like a mullet, she was saying, I think, right? This is more fun. This is her in her voice. It said, you had me at hello. I'm Rachel Stevens, the gal behind the camera. So it's all very, very personal, because now you want to cultivate that friendly client experience. You want to start building the experience even in an email. What to expect is going to be awesome. I know we had to show you all the policy stuff that's boring and don't do this, don't do that. Reason policies are there is because people did it. People showed up, hammered. You got to go. We're not going to shoot you. One, you're not going to like your pictures, but this is a business. Come on now. So this is all her fun stuff. And then this is more the technical. This will go out a couple of weeks, maybe 2 weeks before the session. It's just confirming. It shows more into actual product pricing. I'm happy I'll show pricing earlier. People never ask for it because I've already let them know what to expect. I rarely get a pre-shoot ask for a price list. Why? Because I've told you you're going to spend this amount. Why do you need to know the prices? I'm happy to share it with you, but I've already told you that. And clients, we've dealt with pricing without dealing with prices. Do you understand that? Deal with pricing without dealing with prices, because then it's about shopping. You want to shop? Go to a big box store. So that's our welcome email, and it tells the client where to go. This is our proofing gallery email. And this gets back into, you've already had the experience, but you're about to have another good one, though we got to be a little jerky up front. We've got to let you know this is what we expect of you now, because you have to fulfill your end of a business transaction. So we'll let them know your gallery is live 7 days. That's it. If you need more time, let me know. We'll extend it for $50 for another week. Here's a side note. I never charge that $50. I want to be magnanimous. Oh, don't worry. Life happens. We understand. You go over a week, then we'll charge it. So always build things in that you can back off. So build in what you know, they're like, oh, I've got to do this. And they'll say, hey, just charge it $50. No, don't worry about it. But don't let them do it again. Do it the one time. So build in, but understand where you're going to back down to allow yourself as the business person to look magnanimous and helpful and wonderful. Because again, you're trying to get money you're trying to have somebody purchase something. You don't want them to have a bad taste in their mouth before they've done it. Right? You don't want to feel like you've nickeled and dimed them, because then that order's going to go down. If you charge them the $50 for the first time, the order will go down. Guarantee it. We let them know after 30 days, we're going to report you to a credit agency if you have not placed your order. You've signed a contract. This is a contractual obligation that you've agreed to, not only in policy first, then a signed contract. So then we're going to do it. Now make sure that you follow all the applicable laws when reporting someone to a credit agency. Contact an attorney to make sure you're doing it correctly. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not giving you any legal advice on how to do that, okay? But what's wrong with doing that? If you miss a contractual obligation with Sprint or a company, a large organization, they're going to report you, and they should. You're on the hook. You agreed to something. Product and ordering policy is different than the main policy page. It tells you how to order, what to do, what's expected, how to use the software, stuff like that. And then then it starts getting a little more friendly as we get closer and closer and closer to the link to their gallery with the password. So it starts off, and then it gets friendly, friendly, friendly. Now go, do it, have fun. And then the order comes in. Questions right now?
Just one kind of as we're going through here from Christy38, who just commented, wow, I don't know if I would like to be photographed with this aggressive approach. And it is much more explicit about all of the business aspects than a lot of people that we see here on Creative Live. Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about that, how that kind of ties in with the experience of what you're creating?
That's a good question. And it really never comes up. I think it's come up once where someone, oh, it's so mean, I don't want to do it. Then don't. I'm good. You don't need to. But I think it's only fair to let your client know this is how we do business. This is what to expect on the business part of it. That's why it's sprinkled with light and happy. But I think you're doing a disservice to, oh, it's puppy dogs and feather pillows all the time. This is how I'm feeding my kids. So if you're in a contract with me, I'm going to enforce that. I've had people say, well, I didn't know I was supposed to read it. What? You put your name on it. Of course you read it. Make sure of that. If you're doing, let's say, a different part of the business, a wedding, there's a contract. The bride's or somebody's paying, and that photographer sure is going to, and it's not a friendly, happy puppy dog contract. Right? If the groom doesn't show up, you think the photographer's getting paid? Yeah. Photographer's getting paid. Don't be afraid of your client.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I might have missed it again, but your contract, do you actually have a real contract and they sign it with a pen, or is it all an online thing?
They do. In the sales call, or the call where they go to the contract, I'll fill it out, and then it goes with Rachel to the location and the makeup artist when they see the contract. When they see the client, here's the contract, sign it, done.
So, but they get a copy beforehand, so they know what is going to be in the contract.
Our policy is it's in the policy. If you want the contract, you can have the contract. Rarely do I get asked for the contract beforehand, and never has nobody signed it once they're there. And it's a nice contract. It just says, look, you're agreeing to these things. Done. Don't worry about it too much, but worry about it. You know what I mean? Don't worry about what the client's thinking. Worry about you as a business owner. This is what's going to happen. And always make sure that you have a contract. If it's not signed, whatever the client says is right.
So how do you deal with clients when they see the 7 days? Again, for me, being a siren, when I got my link, I looked at it immediately, and you're excited, so you want to buy. Mm-hmm. I think I purchased mine like the same day or something.
I think you did.
I wasted no time. So when you're excited, you don't tend to let it linger. But I have had clients, and my link time is way too long. You have 7 days. I think it's perfect. But then they want to I offer 3 weeks. They still want to, well, can I get 2 more weeks?
How are your orders at that time? All the blush of it is gone.
Right.
All the blush of it is gone. That's too long. You need to knock that down.
Yeah.
And that's because the client needs a fire under their ass.
Right.
Oh, I've only got this amount of time. Your orders will go better if you have a short time limit, and you let them know. I let them know in the sales call. I let them know earlier. You can be magnanimous and allow it to go a few more days. Mm-hmm. At day 6, I'll if people haven't ordered, I'll say, hey, hope you're enjoying your gallery. Remember, it's about to expire. Mm-hmm. And they'll be like, oh yeah, totally forgot. Mm-hmm. And then the order will come in. And if it goes on and on and on, you know that something's going on with the client, that they're not communicating with you.
Okay. But you don't offer them the option to pay a certain fee to come back, later. It's that 7 days.
Oh, well, okay. So that's a good question. Somebody hasn't ordered within 7 days. Well, I'm going to extend it a little, but they still haven't ordered. At 30 days within the contract, we're going to process the order minimum.
Okay.
If the order minimum does not, and what I'll do is you're on the hook for the order minimum, so it'll now be a credit in your cart that you'll just add when you place your order.
Okay.
So I'm still getting paid my minimum. If the payment information doesn't go through, if it's declined, then I wait another 30 days, still trying to contact that client to get it taken care of. Hey, we can do payment plans. Hey, we can do this. Hey, we can do that. I'm really friendly. Everything's awesome. But at some point, you have to say, okay, that's it. This is food out of the mouth of my children. Done. Then I don't have a problem.
Do you ever have people that, because I've had this happen before, where they ask to not have their gallery open to them for that 7-day period until a certain paycheck is coming or something like that?
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of times that paycheck's going to be within 1 or 2 days, so I'll say, well, just open it. Or I'm going on a trip, or I'm on a trip. Yeah, I'll hold it. Okay. It doesn't, this is just our general rules. Rules are there for you to fall back on. And that's when somebody's being a jerk. We got very, very, very few jerks. So I'm like a young tree. I'll bend, I'll move, because life happens. Life happens to me. I'm sure it happens to you.
Really quick, just before Sean, just to let you know, we do have about 15 minutes, so I want to make sure.
I'll answer the question, but let me go on a little bit, and then can you hold the question for a second? Okay. So this is our Proofing Gallery email. Again, it starts off, yeah, puppy dogs, yeah, hey, here's your gallery, woohoo. You know, so build into it. Build into it. Also, the client's already had the experience. You know how many times they're reading this first? 0. Because their link and password is down here. They're scrolling to see how to get to their gallery. Doesn't mean I didn't send it. Doesn't mean they don't have it. But it'd be like I'm going like this. Nobody's reading that. They will eventually, and they'll know that it's 7 days, and they've been accustomed to it being 7 days. This is just confirming that it is 7 days. All right, so I told you there are sometimes, very rarely, I'd say less than 0.5%. You never told me that. I didn't know that. Really? Do you think this is my first rodeo? You think you're the first client out of the several hundred she's seen this year alone? It's rare, but I've got it built in, and it's the same thing. It's basically never told me that. I'm sorry that you were unclear. You were unclear about our policies. I wasn't unclear. I know what my policy is, and I know what I've told you. And then I go in and let them know. I deal with this. I talk to everybody. This is an order minimum framework. And then I'll start quoting the policy that they agreed to. In my email to you on this date, because I've got, I think I have Zobni tracker. In my email, I've got every conversation you and I have ever had in my email. Or Outlook will find it too. And then I'll state the contract. All contracts involve a 2-party agreement. That's in the email. And then the link to the policy to which you agreed to with that part of the policy. And then the client intake form to which you filled out, and then the actual intake form with their IP address and the time and the date that they filled it out. So please do not tell me that I never told you what I expect of you as a client. Very rare, very, very, very rare, but good to have, just because you don't want to get into it every single time. Just be done with them. All right, know your backside. You need to know your tech as well. We needed to get a system in place that works, that allows for, one, this volume, but also allows for the time that we want to spend away from doing this, right? So it's good to get to know all these different companies and how they work. It's really not that hard. If you can read, you can do it. I'm a big believer in that. If you can read, you can pretty much do anything. It's not magic. It's not smoke and mirrors. Control the image. We use Into the Darkroom for our proofing software and our ordering software. They're great. They're also offering a fantastic discount when you RSVP Into the Darkroom. They do our proofing software, which is fantastic. It's beautiful. Images come up, thumbnails on the bottom. I'm not showing an example, but if you go to intothedarkroom.com, they'll have examples of galleries, and their ordering software, which resides on your server. Okay, it's not a private third-party company. Boudoir is not a part of the business that I would really want to have on a big photography site that hosts images in the cloud. That's just me thinking about knowing your backside and covering it. Things get hacked all the time. I mean, our website could be hacked, I'm sure. But then my liability is in there, and it's just, I don't feel comfortable. Also, the percentages that are charged to order fulfillment and the print houses, and Rachel needs to retouch everything. So we keep it all to us. As soon as a client places their order, as you've seen, then the invoice goes to us. Images are removed from online, and they're put into hard storage that has no internet access. Repetition saves your ass. Repetition saves your ass. Do the same thing over and over and over and over and over. Why? Because you can fall back on it and it becomes like muscle memory. You know exactly what you're doing. Just like as a shooter, you know what's working, and then you repeat it, and then you repeat it, and then you repeat it. That's what systems are, is just repeating yourself over and over. Increase your orders today. 2 ways that I could, without knowing about retouching, without shooting, without, put a time limit on your gallery, make it shorter. Give that sense of I need to get something done. That increased our orders a lot. For us, the offering a payment plan increased our orders a lot. And bookings. When people know, oh, wait, I can split it up over. And remember, it's not credit, it's kind of layaway. Once the orders are paid for, then they're released to Rachel, and then they go in her normal queue. So it's once they're paid for. I made that mistake once of, oh, I trust you. Once. Resist the urge to show everything. Right. Pare your galleries down. She does 40 to 50 images on average. May have shot several hundred, who knows? But they're only, and client expectation is, well, you shot so many, I get so. There are only a certain amount that Rachel will put her name on. That's the way I deal with that. There are only a certain amount I will put my name on. Again, time limit, tick tock, time's up. And we don't present in person. It would be weird if I were presenting images of you to you, wouldn't it? Because Rachel's not going to do it. Wouldn't it be kind of weird? And also, I sell that. Your gallery's password protected in the privacy of your own home with that significant other. I never try and upsell you anything. I'm there to answer technical stuff, but order what you're going to order. I'm not too worried about reorders in this line of work. We don't see a lot of reorders. We see a lot of repeat clients. So people will say, oh, can I order in the future? Absolutely, and it's all archived. But we see the client again before they order an old session. So your business, don't fear fear. That's awesome. It lets you know you're alive. Only way that you're going to know if you can fly is to jump off the cliff. You're not going to do it just by running and trying to get there. Just do it. This is how we live our life, at least. And it doesn't work for a lot of people. It works for us. Changing things up is good. So monitor your systems. If it stops working, why is it not working anymore? There's a reason. You got to go find out where in the puzzle broke down. Satisfaction is not guaranteed. Clients do not see a finished image to approve it. They're not coming to Rachel to get your image. You're coming to get her image of you, her capturing you. So we'll replace a book if there's an error or if there's something wrong in the printing. Miller's is great about getting that taken care of. But if you don't like it, well, you chose the image, and you know how she retouches, and you know all about this, so that's the image. So they don't get to, the time sink that would be to go back and forth on every single finished image with every single client would be just as big of a waste of time for us as the pre-client consult. And it's starting to shoot by committee. She's an artist, she doesn't shoot by committee. And that's how I present the business. I'm not scared of our client. I want a client to have the best time and enjoy the experience, but they don't run what we do. So cut them loose. If somebody's a pain in the neck before they shoot, wait till after. Wait till they're ordering. Then it's not a neck anymore, it's a different part of the body where they're being a pain. And then I think some of the art of photography is being able to make it a business. That's part of the art of it. It's a big market. There are a lot of small towns. There's no but I live in a small town. And Rachel's going to talk on that this afternoon. Grab hold of it. And why not you? We did it. I'm just like you. She's like you. We didn't have anybody teaching us. We kind of made it up. It doesn't follow any model that I know of in photography. Not all roads lead to Rome, but at least 2, 3, 7, 15. So if something's not working, just try something else. Everything's not a success right away. It takes a while to build things. It takes a while to build things. I mean, we did it, you can do it. And that's where I'm at. And I have time for a few minutes for questions.
That was a power-packed morning, my goodness.
I love this.
We've got, I mean, I'm a little speechless because all of us are like, wow. I don't know where to start with questions because of the limited amount of time that we have. I have so many.
Do you know what? We had a question right here that I promised to get to.
Yes.
That's
and
a good point.
I would like to get that.
My question is about what happened if some of the clients said, okay, I don't like anything in the gallery and I don't want to order anything because that is not what I expect.
You'll like one picture. I'm sure I can get $250 that you're going to like, or $300. So you order one picture. It's minimum order. It's not everything. That's where people, I only have to pay X amount. I said, yeah, that's the minimum, but I know you're going to pay more. I know you're going to invest more. So it's rare that happens, very rare, and usually it's a body dysmorphic issue. But you made a commitment, and I'm going to keep you to it. We've had, and you keep someone to a commitment that they made, and then they go out and blast all over the internet that you're the biggest charlatan in the business. Well, that's a badge of honor, to actually get it out there. Good for us. But then go and look at the work. We don't have 17,000 people on Facebook because we're charlatans. And if you think we are, you're not my client.
Exactly. Love that. So one topic that we haven't really talked about too much that we'd love to get just a brief explanation of is your products. What are the products that you offer? Just really quickly, what are the kind of big sellers?
Okay, so Rachel, we do Miller's, and I'll pre-sell a little when I'm going over pricing, not prices, and I'll hit, not a lot of women order a canvas this size. Rachel's most popular products are books. It's a more discreet product. So this is a beautiful Miller's signature book. And this is extraordinarily popular. It's got a metal cover. And that's the book. I'm not going to open it too much because I don't actually know what's in here. My daughter, our 7-year-old, wanted to bring it to show and tell in first grade. It's like, why don't you bring something different? Let's not bring that.
And the other side of the product question is, of course, digital files. Everyone wants to know how you handle those. Do you give them any digital files? Do you send a CD? What do you do?
Don't give anything to anybody. Somebody can purchase them, absolutely, but I don't give anything. You know, it doesn't come with the images. Though in this, you know, this day and age, people expect. So you gotta, I'm glad you expect that, but here's what you can really expect. We do sell digitals. We're happy to. We sell high-res digitals, and we sell web-ready digitals. You get both the color and the black and white. It's this price for the web. Or you can get a packet of 12 discounted to this price. What's really popular is how, and Rachel wasn't resistant, she was trying to figure out, how can I best serve my client with products they want and feed our children? How can I best do that with digital? So she came up with a digital signature package, which the way we looked at it, it's priced really well. It sells really well. Your pricing is different than my pricing. Clients get a lot of unretouched, a small amount of retouched for $1,000, $1,200 on a beautiful little USB crystal fob that costs us $20. A lot less than this book. So my profit margin on the product. Because I already know in Boudoir, you're not getting a lot of reorders. You're getting a lot of repeat clients. So if you're worried about the reorder in this part of the industry, I wouldn't. There's just not a lot of it. It's very, very rare. The only time we get reorders is when we offer a client session at high res on disc 3 years later. But it's rare. It's less than 1% of my business. Where repeat clients, I would put at 25%. So that's how we do it.
That actually was a question that somebody had, was how many repeat clients do you have?
It depends on the city, what time of year, but it's well into the double digits. And I know that client originally came from Facebook. I know that for a fact because that's where our advertising money has been. So maybe they heard it from a friend who saw it on Facebook. Maybe they heard it, but that's my marketing, that's not my sales. And that's where they came from.
This is just a minor question, but because it's part of what we're talking about, Platinum Imagery is wondering, you talked about the payment plan and how important that has been. Mm-hmm. Just a specific, if somebody agreed to, say, a 4-month plan and you collected only 3 months and then they drop, what happens?
Well,
do you refund the sitting fee, or do you refund
usually a payment plan is going to be over the order minimum anyway. Nobody's doing a payment plan on, it's usually in the thousands. So if I've got a couple of months, I'll let it slide. I'm not giving them any images. I've got it in there. That's still money in our bank, you know? And then what happens normally is, because life happened to that person. The car engine broke. The kid is sick. I lost my job. My husband lost his job. Well, life happens. So you say, okay, don't worry. Let me just put it on hold for you. I'm not giving that, you're not getting a refund. I mean, but that's implied in the conversation anyway. And then in 2 or 3 months, I'll say, hey, I noticed, what's going on? I can help you if you help me understand. If you're not helping me understand, just get back to me when you can. But if you're not communicating, I can't help you.
Great. One more, I know you've talked about this a little bit, but Blessings Photog, you've been talking about the invoices going straight to the clients from your proofing site, and then what do you do from there? So you order from Miller's or whichever lab,
okay,
and then
so
it goes
the invoice,
directly to the client?
The client sends an invoice. Invoice comes to me. No money has been charged at this time. That's not automatic. I have to do that by hand, and that's by design, because I want to look over the invoice and make sure that it's all copacetic. You don't have duplicates. You don't have, so I don't want it to happen automatically. So I'll get a copy of the invoice, and then I'll see it, then I'll put it into my merchant account software, which is, we use authorize.net. I showed that at the beginning, that's no secret. So the client probably booked within 3 months, so I'll just, the card that authorize.net keeps, I don't keep it on my site, on my premises. I'll just set up a payment for that evening for, if it's a payment plan, whatever that we've agreed to, or for the order. The next morning, I'll check my financials. Did that go through? It did. Okay, the invoice goes over to Rachel to go into her queue. And we let clients know, you know, she's working every image. It takes a while for you to get your stuff. And we don't answer, hey, when's my stuff going to be? When's my stuff? It's in the policy. We already told you. So we don't get into back and forth. If it's egregious, like every 20 minutes I'm getting an email, say, read the policy. It's this amount of time before it goes to the printer. So I got sidetracked. So the invoice comes to me. It goes to Rachel. And then Rachel works the order. And then it goes to Miller's. Miller's then drop ships to the client. We never see the product. Never see the product. Miller's is awesome. They get beautiful, beautiful stuff. And they've never made a mistake. In our line of business, you don't want someone's product going to someone else or to another client, because then you've got two clients that are wondering, what happened? Is my stuff over here? I know what my pictures are. I know what I ordered. You really don't want that ever to happen. So you got to be very, very on it when it comes to not tracking the order, but just knowing the correct order. And Miller's never messes it up. And we do hundreds of people a year. One more question?
I do have one final question, because this is such a strong segment. People are just loving your attitude about business, because a lot of people online are not able to do that themselves.
I think it's just being confident in what you're doing, and you build up to it, and you know your product's good, so don't sell yourself short. Don't be afraid of it.
So one final question, because you have said you've made this up, you've done it yourself, you've learned so much along the way. What were some of the biggest mistakes that you made that we can learn from and avoid?
Advertising-wise, for us, was the big thing mistake was print. Be an archer. I was shooting with a shotgun. Men, women, doesn't matter. And so I couldn't. It was so frustrating because I knew it could be done. It's just it couldn't be done right then. And then now it can. And with the new stuff that's coming up, not only from Facebook but from other companies for retargeting, and that's a different topic. It's just amazing what you're going to be able to do, and what you're able to. It's in its infancy, and I was talking with some other business owners about how huge it is, and it's going to be great.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you very much, Sean, for this segment. It's been amazing. Absolutely loved it. We are going to take our first 15-minute break of the day. When we come back, Rachel's going to come out, and we're going to shoot. We've got two models. We're doing pinup shoots. We're going to do a French postcard-inspired shoot. It's going to be very, very exciting. I know there's a lot of you who are looking forward to that. So be sure to come back after that 15 minutes. Really quick, Sean, want to read you a couple thoughts from the internet. We have Legary Photo, who, all in caps, says, "This business model is awesome. This is the answer as to why photographers have trouble collecting money and making sales. They don't treat it as a business. Yeah. I'm personally awed by this solution." So that sounds great. Libby F says, "I need a Sean of my very own. I love how he handles this side of things and frees Rachel to be the creative talent without the business stresses hanging over her. It's a great partnership. Love it." And then Russ Andes says, "I love Sean and his approach to business. Just because you're doing something artistic and beautiful and empowering doesn't mean it's not a business transaction, and you shouldn't pretend otherwise." We have our little Google chat hangout that we're communicating with the producers, and this whole time I've just been like, I am in love with this. This is amazing. Sean is killing this, because that's something, again, it is a struggle that so many people who come in here have. Well, we're doing something artistic, we're doing something beautiful, and we don't want to be rough around the edges. We don't want to soil that. As we see.
You're apologizing for what you do.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
And
you're not valuing what you do, and
exactly.
You're apologizing. Oh, please, would you please accept what I do?
It's all about not valuing.
And the thing is, we don't have to do that. Yep. This approach, the success that Sean and Rachel have had, shows that you don't have to sell yourself short.
Exactly.
You can value what you do and be paid for it and still give people an amazing experience and something they'll treasure forever.
It's awesome. I love that you just quoted yourself. Because you wrote that, and I said, okay, you should read that to everybody online.
Hey, I say what I feel.
It really is, and again, we're getting people in here who want to learn more from this man over here. So as Andrea said, We've got a suggest an instructor form. Go ahead and fill that out. It's been an incredible session, just this one bit. You did it, why not you? I love that that's how you ended this. Mm-hmm. They did it, why not you? Again, we are here to provide you information from people who do what they do, and they're teaching you how to do it yourself, and then it's up to you. So again, this course is available to you for $149. Right now, it's available to you for $99. If you're saying, why not me? Go ahead and make that decision and purchase the course if it's going to help you be the you want to be.
Absolutely.
So everybody, we will see you back in 15 minutes after this break, and please help me give this man, Sean O'Riordan, a big round of applause. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
I'm learning to tell better stories.
That was my little clap in welcome to Rachel Stevens this morning, because we have not seen her beautiful face yet today. Welcome. This is day 3 of our 3-day workshop on boudoir photography with Rachel Stevens. Man, you picked a very smart person to marry.
I know.
And become your business partner.
I made one good decision in my life.
That was a brilliant decision. Thank you so much for bringing Sean on to be part of this workshop. That business chunk right there just blew so many people over. And it is, how was that for you, for bringing somebody else in? What within you said, I need this guy to be doing this stuff for me?
Well, when I first started doing workshops, we taught together because obviously we were in control. But when I first started getting asked to speak, it was something that I was adamant about, that he come with me, because even though I started this business without him, once he came on, the business changed and just grew and really blossomed. And he's as much part of my business as I am. So
Absolutely.
To represent our business properly, both of us need to be here doing it.
Fantastic. Well, that was fantastic. What are we going to do now? What are we going to get into now?
Today we are going to shoot pinup. We're going to start off with the lovely Laramie. We're going to be doing a pinup shoot on a set with strobes, which will be awesome for those of you that are studio shooters and you have access to backdrops and sets, etc. And then we're going to move into a retro French postcard shoot. It's going to be very vintage, and I'm going to show you some unconventional old school diffusion techniques.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm going to let you get right into it and start off the segment. So
okay, sweet.
Have fun.
So really quickly, even though I am predominantly a continuous light user, on occasion I do have to use my strobe. I travel with one strobe. I have an Ellen Chrome strobe. And in those situations, like I may come into a venue and there be maybe a giant skylight, or I'll have a loft with really tall, beautiful windows, but no diffusion. So sometimes the light is coming in and I can't overpower it with my hot light. So then I'll bring out my strobe. I have a nice big softbox. And I don't want to trade off with using strobe. I want to be able to shoot my style, which is wide open. And most of the time that's at 1.2. So in order to do that, what I do is I use an ND filter. And you can buy these for your actual lenses, but they are really, really spendy. And if you're like me, you use more than one lens. So we're talking, $300 per filter per lens. That's really not, I have 3 kids to feed, so that's not in my budget. But you can get a roll of ND filter like this for like $20. So I cut it to the size of my softbox, and then I tape it inside my softbox underneath the diffusion panel. And that is going to bring it down about 3 stops so that I can still shoot wide open and still have beautiful light that overpowers the sun. And now I'm just making a lot of noise. Okay, does anyone have any questions about strobes? You guys want me to get into it?
I think we should, unless you guys.
All right, cool.
We should
So
get into it.
let's do it. Let's get into it. So we're gonna bring Laramie out. We're gonna sit over here like we're on ETV. Oh my God. Hello, Laramie.
Hi.
So Laramie's a friend of mine. She came up to do this pinup set for us today. So I just wanted to, I know your story, but I was hoping that you'd have the generosity to share your story with the viewers out there. We have shot a lot of curvy women this week, and I know that there's another side. I just kind of want the viewers and our students to have the opportunity to see the stories from all different shapes and sizes. So would you like to share with us what you've gone through in terms of being thin?
Sure. So I started developing really young. I think the sort of the beginning of my body consciousness started when I was 9, because I started growing up top when I was 9 years old. And by the time I was 13 or 14 was had the largest breasts in class and started getting a lot of attention for them. And it was really uncomfortable attention that I didn't like. And fast forward till I was 20, I wound up coming out and late, so as a lesbian, and realized that a lot of the attention I was getting from men I really didn't like, probably because I didn't want the attention, but I didn't realize that. And so I had already formed my identity as this person who wore really baggy clothes and baggy sweatshirts and baggy pants and was always hiding my body, which is a bummer because in retrospect at 40 now, I'm like, I had a slamming body. Got big boobs, a little waist, and I was horrified for anybody to notice it. So, and then was throughout my 20s and 30s really skinny, and people would frankly tease me and give me a hard time every now and then. Till, frankly, honestly, a few weeks ago, I was in a business meeting. I'm a hospice nurse, but I was in a meeting with my team, and I somehow ridiculously said something about this patient is really tiny and blah, 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 and it says she's 123 pounds, but she couldn't be because I'm 123 pounds and she's half my size. And my boss actually said in the middle of the meeting, oh, I think I speak for all of us. I hate you. Oh my God, don't say anything more about how skinny you are. And I was so I've had this sort of strange discomfort with being a girl with big boobs and a little waist.
It's like size shaming.
Yeah, it's just a weird opposite. When I look in the mirror and I'm at this point, I'm you know what? I can flaunt this. I've got something good. It's okay. I shouldn't feel badly about being the way I am. But that's also kind of complicated by recently I discovered I have a giant thyroid tumor, which is maybe part of what's making me skinny. So I can't help that. So it's sort of a weird thing to then discover maybe that this is part of why I'm like this. And it's not something to be ashamed of. It's just kind of who I am. So actually meeting Rachel seriously and learning about what you do and, talking about body image has helped me recently embrace, this is who I am and this is good and I should be proud of this and flaunt it and enjoy it and not waste any more years being ashamed of having big boobs and a little waist. So that's my story.
And I think it's a sad thing that an element of our society is so focused on how we look. And there is that size shaming thing across the board. And there is this kind of us versus them thing and the whole real women or real men like curves. So it's all about how this side's better than that side. And my work is really, really focused on embracing all women as beautiful, and not tearing each other down and lifting each other up, even if they're strangers. And I think that I hope that in my small way, I can throw that pebble in the pond and it'll ripple out and make a difference.
Have.
Oh, so are you ready to do this? Let's not cry yet. Let's wait till we're done. Okay, so let's get started. So I think because she's starting out in a dress, I don't think that we need this right now.
The clothesline?
Yeah, well, I think, what do you think?
You're the boss lady.
Well, let's try it.
Sitting or standing up?
I saw it in my head, you in lingerie doing this, but let's see what it looks like with the let's go ahead and stand up. And let's get rid of this. Thank you. So I'm just going to have you turn this way towards the clothesline.
Towards the clothesline.
Right, like you're pinning it up. Like you're pinning it up. I know, isn't it cute? So you're going to do this. So basically what we want, pin-up is all about happy and cheesecake and wee.
Just mine.
So what we're going to do, let me just show you. So I'm going to get in your place real quick. So you're going to be here. Let's kind of bring it in just a little bit. You're going to be here, and we kind of want, like, not to make you feel like a total goober, but if we look at pin-up pictures, they're all like so happy to be doing what they're doing.
Doing laundry.
You love it, so fun. So you're gonna look over your shoulders since the light's here. You're gonna kind of turn your body this way, and I'll be right over here. Turn the jugs to mama. That's right. Okay. So we're gonna do this, and you really wanna arch the booty back, and we'll make it boobies forward, booty back, shoulders down, and then you're gonna roll this one forward. Yep, so, yep. And you want to kind of turn in this way just a little, other way? Yep, perfect. And hold on like that, and you're going to arch like this. You can do it. Stand by. Yes, and we're actually going to have you lift your foot in a minute. In a sec. There you go. So you're going to roll that front shoulder forward a little. Yep. There it is. Nice. Yes. Nice big smile. Because this is awesome. We love laundry. Yes, gorgeous. If I keep doing my horse stance. There's a joke here, but I can't say it on TV, so I'll tell you later. All right, lady. There you go. Shake it out. Shake it out. All right, so you're going to do the little twist towards the light. That way. Yep. There you go. And now you're going to keep that arch in your back, and then you're just going to bring that outside foot. Okay. 1, 2, 3, lift. And you're going to point the toe and really kick that foot up. 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, beautiful. Okay, so after all of that work, I'm done with the clothesline. We're going to leave that. We're going to keep the dress on for now. Love it, so cute.
With this little thing?
Yeah. What, this whole thing? Just do that for a sec.
I'm more of a South dancing than I just such.
You're more what?
More in the South dancing than I just a little casual something.
I like the hand on the hip and kind of lean in. Take one step back for me. That way. Back towards the back. Right there, perfect. And like this.
This one?
Yep, and the knee really in. You're mirroring me.
I'm mirroring you.
Yep. Okay. So you're really up on the toe. I like how you had the pearls. You're kind of like wrapping them. All right, stand by. So I'm just gonna keep raising my f-stop here till I get the exposure I want. Normally I just mess around with my shutter speed. There we go, nice. Can we lift the snoot just a little bit? Maybe like, just angle it up a little bit, like maybe 3 inches. I am now ruined and with an assistant. I get it now. I get it.
Is the power okay?
Yeah. Same thing, let's get some sass in there, girl. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna have you're just gonna turn facing this way, and you're just gonna pull up the dress like this, and your feet are together, like this, and I'm gonna have our lovely Danielle here throw your skirt. Like a whew. Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to see the panties if we can. So when we got a rider, people, we got a rider. And John, do you think with this we need to lower the softbox a little? You think it'll be okay? I love the pearls. Leave the pearls. Sure. Sure, that's cute too. So normally I kneel, but I'm having some issues with my shoulder today, pretty bad. So I'm going to be doing some really silly stances, you guys.
Do you want an apple box?
Oh, what?
Apple box to sit on?
No, that's okay. Thank you, though. I'll just trip on it.
And what am I doing with the front?
So your legs are straight, and you're kind of just holding it up a little bit. Exactly. And then you're just going to kind of pop the booty this way just a little. Oh, that stretch is nice. Just kind of pop the booty that way a little. There you go. All right. On your mark, get set, go. Is the dress too stiff? Oh, that's cute though.
You want it better?
It's the dress is a little stiff. Maybe let's try to.
Fan?
Yeah, let's try Maryland. Let's try to Maryland it. Wait. Do that again. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Do it again, but keep the knee forward a little like you just did. Just kind of like real casual and cute. Real casual and cute. Ready, set, go. And with pinup 2, that second light I've got the snoot on it. It's aimed at the seamless paper right now, kind of give that old pinup halo that, there's always that like bright spot behind the head. So that's what that's doing. But if you're in a studio and you have more lights, you can always put another strobe on the other side. And I always have them kitty corner each other. So then that's how you get that real nice edging. She's not having any fun. And let's go ahead and make this. No, let's make the stance apart just a little bit, like maybe a little less than shoulder width. There you go, perfect. And let's go ahead and pull up from the side. Good morning. So let's go ahead and. I'm dying, you're so cute, I'm gonna die. It's not gonna go? Maybe the fan and flip it. Okay, here we go. So go ahead, ready? Big smiles, yes. 1, 2, 3, go. Woo! Shake it down. One more time. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so let's go ahead and lose the fan. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have you kind of just pivot that way just a little, and then you're just gonna go. You wore that dress. I'm just saying.
I love it. It's my favorite dress in the world.
She actually dresses like this in real life, just so you guys know.
To my dying patient's homes. I'm so happy.
I'm still waiting for her to come to my house dressed like this and bake me cookies. Okay. So you're gonna just, let's see if we can get those cute garters. You're gonna just pull it up like, boop, and you're gonna hold it right at the top of your hips. Like how you did over there. I wanna see it all, girl. Let's see it all.
There's a lot of dress.
Okay, yep, one. What? Nope, it's just like, we want to see the garters and we want to see the little ruffles on the panties. There you go. And then, but you don't want to lean like this. You want to be like, so you're really hinging in the lower back and you're hinging back with your neck as well. So you're like, and let's kick a foot up, kick a foot up. 1, 2, 3, go. Point, point, point. Kind of like, yeah, it's okay, we'll get it. 1, 2, 3, go. So cute. Okay, so let's lose the dress. First, actually, let's lose the pearls first.
Okay. Don't touch the hair and makeup.
So you guys have to keep me on time because I'm like having fun. I mean, I've been having fun the whole time, but I don't usually get to do this, so we're gonna keep it on for just a hot second. So I just want you to sit right here. So you're gonna sit like this. You're gonna billow the dress around you, or you can even be kind of like on a foot if that's easier. I just really care about seeing one leg peeking out. Okay. So the leg that's peeking out, you want to point the toe. You're gonna have the dress around you and you're gonna be like, because we're princesses. It's so weird to work without music. Can we kind of come so it's like less of a side light and more like this? We're putting one of our students to work. Perfect, just point the toe more. There you go. And let's see if the bottom foot will come out just a little bit, just the shoe, perfect. How do you test it? Oh, test. A little higher on the stick. Stop. Perfect. And let's lower the snoot down, probably about 6 inches or so. We're gonna, I'm not there, hold your horses.
I learned that at Young Louis in high school pictures.
It's not this.
Natural.
But do that, I really do love that. I swear, I do. Yes, but bring this hand out this way a little, like maybe on, she's not feeling it at all.
On top of the dress?
Yeah, that works. And then let's go like this. And let's bring the hand out just a little bit so the elbow doesn't lock. Perfect. And let's relax the elbow just a little. There you go. Point those toes down. Sorry. And let's, instead of covering the face, we want to just use it like, there you go. Perfect. Yep, and lift your chin just a little. Oh, that is so cute. Let's lower the snoot just a little bit. Perfect. And this way a little. Smile. Gorgeous. Perfect. And now let's do something like really kind of pin-up-y. How about, can you kind of sit up and like do this with the dress? Like you're like arranging it and point the toes down this way and stretch the leg out. Point the toes that way. Yep. And then kind of pull the dress out like this, like a fairy princess that you are. And let's have you kind of pushing it this way, and you're looking that way. Like a ballerina, stretch that arm out.
Wait, this one?
This way. And down, 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 down. The arm down, down, down. Okay. Now let's lose the dress. And now I'm sweating, so now this has to come off too. This outfit isn't as cute without that, but I'm stuck on my thingy. Thank you.
Just to give you some feedback, Laramie, A. Blanco in the chat room says, best model ever. You're doing a great job.
Good job for my first time. Who's that? That's just someone.
One of our folks online.
So since we have all the lights already down, I'm going to start you on your back. So you're going to lay on your back right here with your head about right there.
On my back.
On your back.
My head there, and then legs.
That way.
There?
Yep.
Right now?
Yes. And you're going to scooch over this way just a little. Perfect. And now your upper body is going to come this way just a little. Hips stay where they are. Yep. And you're going to kind of straighten out just a little bit. Perfect. Perfect. We're going to lift the legs in like a hot second.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So I'm going to, since we're going to, you know the pinup one where they're down, the legs are up, we're going to do that. So this probably needs to lower. I think the snoot is probably fine. So when you're looking back at me, you just want to, when you angle your face back, you want to keep your eyes closed, because when a lot of times when we look back like this, we look with our eyes, and that crinkles the forehead. So keep your eyes closed when you do it. And if I ask you to bring your head back more, everyone will go like this, like they want to take their eyes. You want to focus on hinging at the back of your neck. Okay? Correct. And that feels okay for you?
Can you see my tumor?
I cannot. Does it hurt?
No, it's just popping.
Okay. It's fine. If it does, I can retouch it out. Okay. You're gorgeous. You're gorgeous. You're killing this.
It's like highlighting.
No, well, I'm coming from this way. I'm not coming from the side. So you're perfect. Okay. So you're going to go like this. You're going to kick the legs up. Perfect. You're going to turn your legs this way. There you go. You're going to point the toes up. You're going to bend that knee closest to me like this. Bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. Knee comes in this way. Turn your face this way. Did you not read my instructions? I said to stretch. I wrote all that for a reason. And you're going to look back at me. And let's bring the hands kind of like under the jaw, stagger them. Maybe bring one up to the temple. Go ahead and bring your elbow that way. That's okay. Left one. That way. That way you can bring the fingers to the temple. You hate this, don't you?
No, it's whatever you say.
Let's put your hands on your thighs. Okay, better? Now you're going to kick up this shoulder towards the ceiling. You're going to turn your face this way. There you go. The bent knee goes that way. Point the toes. And you're going to hinge back at the neck and look at me. Hinge back, arch, arch, arch. You're holding it. Hold your arch. Bring your arch up. Tits up.
Oh, tits. Not arch.
Oh, tits. Okay. I hope we're not getting in trouble right now. Okay, again. Let's have you have your upper body come this way even a little bit more so we can see the side of you a little bit. There you go, perfect. Hands on top of the thighs. Pop that shoulder right here. Elbows out just a little bit. That one popped up. Elbows out just a little bit. Turn your face towards that pop shoulder. Better? Is that better? Okay, good. Nice big arch. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Can we get, I'm not sure where we can put the light, because I want it to be more even on her face. Should we just move her, or I can't move it more this way, can I?
No, if her face rolled that way, we came this way a little bit.
See that, because it's just
Yes,
got
'cause
more,
she's
it's just got a little
she's
more
facing
side
away
light
from
than
the
I
camera.
want. Like normally I would pull the camera here, I mean the light here to make it really even on her face, but because I am obstructing the cameras in the studio, I can't do that. What if I moved her this way and moved the light over here?
Left the light here. 'Cause her face
Moved
is
her
going
more?
that way. Her head is
Sure,
there,
okay.
face coming back to the light.
Let's go this way just a little more, your upper body. Let's try that again, like that, and then bring your head this way. Perfect, and kick the legs up. So you're gonna point the toes, let the legs go this way a little bit. Perfect, stop. And then this leg bends, point the toe, the knee comes in. Perfect. You're gonna arch here, boobs up, bring the elbows out. You're okay, bring your elbows out, hands here. This is what's always funny too about when people request pinup and they bring pictures. They're drawings mostly. People don't bend like that. Pop that shoulder, girl. Turn your chin towards that shoulder. Oh, gorgeous. Hold that. Perfect. I'm okay. You're okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. Okay, go ahead and stand up. We release you. How about let's do this instead, since you're kind of down there anyway. Let's have you kneel right here. You kneel right here like this. So you're not going to actually sit on your heels. You're just going to pop up a little bit, which is also going to suck probably. But you're going to sit like this, and then we're going to go like this. All right, so we probably have to raise that just a little bit. So instead of like this, you want to be down like that. So we don't want to be, yes, thank you. Yes, knees apart a little bit. And your butt is going to come up a little. There it is. Up like that. So you're faking sitting. Because, you know, we want you uncomfortable. Let's turn it this way a little. Perfect. And let's go ahead and bring the knees apart just a tiny bit more. You know, like we do. She's a little sassy. All right, now you're gonna, I like the hands right here. Pop up. There you go. Visualize it. So you're gonna pop up. We're making the abs tight. We're rolling the hips back, booty back. Boobies forward, shoulders down. The shoulder comes in like this. So you're gonna tilt the head a little. Beautiful. Loving it. You're gonna look over your shoulder back that way, like, oh, hi, you just came in the room, because this is what I do with lingerie. There you go, like, I like how you kind of kick the hip this way. Like, yeah, get into it again like you were just playing around. Yes, beautiful. Okay, now you're gonna come up like this. You're gonna be like. Okay, like fake it. So let's bring the knees together a little bit. Hips back, and you're kind of kicking your hip out this way and back like that. And we're gonna engage here. Neck back a little. You're like, you hate this pose, huh? How about something then, like, are you sure? How about something like this? Is that more comfortable? Try this. And elbows in. Like we're gonna squeeze cleavage. Not that you need to, but we're gonna use our elbows to squeeze the boobs in to make cleavage. Do it, do it. We want it. Like this. And the outside hand, you're gonna bring it back like this. And this hand's like this, you're cupping. This. I can tell you hate this pose, but that's okay. Go ahead and stand for me. Let's go ahead and raise the light just a little. Okay, so let's have you turn like this. Very perfect. You turn like this. Actually, I'm gonna tuck the tag. Is that okay? So I'm always looking for tags to help myself out in Photoshop, because trying to Photoshop out a tag through lace or mesh sucks. So just roll it under there. They're perfect. You're perfect. You're absolutely perfect. Scott. Yep. These are awkward poses, I know. Bend the knee closest to me. Head back a little, let's have some fun. Let's turn this way, look like that. This. You can, oh, I love that. Don't move, don't move. And arch that booty back. Woo! Yeah, baby. Gorgeous.
Me? Oh my God.
All right. So was that last shot, or I have a last shot? That was last shot?
4 minutes. So it's up to you.
Was there anything that you wanted to do with the pinup look that we haven't done? Was there a particular pose that you were hoping for? You're open. Okay, so let's have you just hand on the hip, this side, other way, and this hand here like this, and then just come like this. Arch the booty back. There it is. I want you to feel it, girl. I want to capture you. Oh. Head back this way a little. Head. There you go. All right. We are done. Good job. I love you. Are we going to hang out later? Will you come to the wrap party? After. We'll talk. Don't leave. Thank you.
So Rachel, a couple questions. Is that
Sure,
is that good? All right, awesome. Question was, and I'm forgetting the name
Do we
now.
have
but
something I can fan myself with?
question is from Need a Diet Coke, who has been here for a couple of days.
I hope they've got one by now.
I know, really. Do you schedule specific pinup sessions, or do you just go that direction based on what a client brings to wear? Or is this a conversation beforehand?
Today has been just a whole lot of fun for me, because I normally, in my business model, I don't have access to a studio.
Right.
So if I did have an access to a studio, I would definitely love to do more concept stuff. But since I do travel, and since sessions are 2 hours, I get a lot of pinup requests, and I do the best I can with the venue that's available. I don't have backdrop. So when you look at classic pinup pictures, it's all on backdrop, or it's like at a beach, or I don't have a retro kitchen. You know what I mean? So we do the best we can. I travel with flowers. Hair flowers that I keep at the makeup station. A lot of times the pinup look is really just, the cat eye, the red lip, and the flower in the hair. And clients are really happy with that.
Fantastic. Just to let everybody know who are asking, yes, we are going to be doing post-production on some of these images, right? After lunch. So yes, we will be seeing the post-production that she does on these. That was a couple questions in the chat room. Anything in here? Questions about this? Okay, we had one that was a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Please, after you.
No, it's fine. No, seriously. I didn't have a question.
Did you have a question?
No.
All right.
I thought she was like, oh, good break. Let's go.
Okay, so there was a question about the shadows that were being cast in these images. Is that something that you liked? Is that something you're going to take care of later? Or...
Typically, I wouldn't have shot it that way. I would have had the light more directed at her, but because of the positioning for the Creative Live cameras, I was unable to have that freedom to move them where I wanted. So we did the best that we could with what was available, and I'm very familiar with doing that, so. I'm super happy with what we shot, so.
As are the folks online.
Yes,
they loved you. I'm running at her in the corner. All right, so what is up next?
Next, we are going to do a vintage French postcard.
Yes.
So it will be shot with a Mole Richardson movie light, which are the authentic movie lights that my hero, George Harrell, used to use. And we'll be having some fun with that.
Can you tell, for people who may not know what you mean by a vintage French postcard, what is that genre? What do they look like in general?
Like 20s, 30s styled. So it's very, you'll see a lot of like Rubenesque women kind of like stretched out on a chaise. It's like black and white with like a toner, like a heavy sepia toner. And like a lot of times they'll have like the scarf on their head and a lot of like flowy robes. And yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Fantastic. I'm really excited. Like I love George Harrell myself. Like that's something that I personally try and do a little bit of too. So I'm really excited for this one. This is gonna be a good one.
Fantastic.
How are we doing? Oh, we're still working on the model? Yeah. Okay. Still working on the model.
Okay.
So let's see. Anybody out there ask questions? This is a good time to do so.
Let's talk to our live studio audience a little bit. Tell us what in that last segment, of shooting. What did you have? Well, let's just talk about pinup. Have you guys shot pinup?
I've shot something that was kind of similar. It wasn't really strictly pinup, but it was kind of in an older kitchen, you know, and she had the real cute, ruffly little outfit and everything, you know, and she kind of, you know, we played with like flour and did like a palm print on her rear and kind of did that, you know, that kind of a look. And it was so much fun. It was one of those things I kind of wanted to play more, but that was at the wrap at the end of the shoot. So we just kind of did a couple fun ones and then called it, but after seeing this, I kind of want to do a lot more now.
Do you get requests for it from your clients as well?
I've done pinup for a cancer calendar that I'm doing, and we did it on a sailboat, and she had like an old vintage swimsuit, and we had her hair all done up, and it turned out really nice, so I love doing it.
Tell us about your project, about the calendar.
It's a calendar that I do, this will be the second year that I'm doing it, and my makeup artist and I have come together and we do, everybody does it free. The models are free, the makeup artist is free, I do everything free, and we sell the calendars and then all the proceeds go to cancer research.
Very cool. Where can people find out more?
Right on my website, raycheesephotography.com.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I'm gonna check in and see, how are we doing over there? Good?
You should have seen,
Ready to go?
I wish you'd been able to see Rachel's face when the model walked in. She just was like, and that was my reaction as well. This is really...
Russell had that same look on his face.
It's true, I did. Yeah, this is really, really cool. And I think we are about ready to bring her out. So Rachel, take it away.
Yes, we are just looking for one thing real quick.
All right. John Cornicello, you must shoot pinup.
Not for clients. I haven't had clients request it, but I have a lot of friends in the burlesque industry here, so I've done a lot for that. And so a music festival or a variety festival we do here called the Moisture Festival has a lot of pinup stuff in there. So that's where I've done promo stuff for them. So it's more fun stuff than client for me.
Right, right. And do you have any particular styles or props or things that you have found to be useful?
It tends to go towards the 1950s stuff, kitchen tools and things like that. A great egg beater that you can spin and other implements like that. But I usually ask the person to bring something. I'm not really good at projecting that onto them.
Client is the brand.
Yeah.
They sure are. Yeah, I've had a couple people request pinup stuff, and it's a lot of models do. A lot of models really want that, and I think it's because it is a chance to play dress up and to have fun and do something that's a little different and a little bit out of the ordinary for what's being done a lot today. Got someone that is, I've been talking with her recently about figuring out a shoot, so I'm paying attention this week.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I think that you should probably, again, say, do the stretches. Looked very challenging. You did amazing, Laramie.
Yes. Well, and I think that it was funny. Someone in the chat room was mentioning like how much fun that Rachel seems to have, like singing and moving and all that throughout the shoot. And people aren't alone that way. I like to do that. I like to have a little bit of fun with it. Make it a good time.
Absolutely. All right, checking in. We are still, let's see.
Oh, nope, we just got the thumbs up from Brian. Right behind your head. There we
right.
go. Rachel, take it away.
So I'm just going to really quickly talk about when a client comes in with a concept, and if you have the freedom to be able to facilitate that. Something like this is very... it's very detailed. I can't show you guys these pictures, but what I do, like 40 is, I know the idea of what she wants, but when people have concepts like this, they really are particular. So I ask them to send me pictures, and then we agree on pictures that I can do. So we've got 3 pictures. I print them out. I keep them with me, and I see how kind of closely I can create that vibe without totally copying it perfectly. I don't worry about that, but we want to make sure that we create the vibe. So I'm just going to keep this down here. And then this is my Mole Richardson light that I talked about. I know that I'd mentioned, I think on day 1, that when I was learning, I had Home Depot floodlights that I clamped to a stack of paint cans. So that's how I was shooting, and I had that very like heavy contrast, deep shadow look to my images. And I didn't even know who George Hurrell was at that time, but people kept telling me that my work looked like that. So then I looked him up and I was like, whoa, that's awesome that my work looks like that. And a friend of mine found this in a dumpster in Hollywood and gave it to me. And I've had this ever since. So this has a lot of sentimental value for me, so I'm really excited to be able to demo with it today for you guys. Okay, so let's come on out. So let's just sit for a hot minute and just, we want to give you a chance to tell your story.
Okay, in the mic, yeah?
In the mic, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm an actress. And I'm trying to focus a little bit more on film and just kind of getting myself out there more and being more comfortable in front of a camera. So this is a really great opportunity for me to just do some character work and some fun play around and just be comfortable in a room with the film crew and all of you guys out here, and deal with making me feel comfortable in my skin and the body I have that has changed after having a baby, and that's kind of where I'm at.
So even though you're familiar with being out in front of people, you still do carry all those things that the rest of us carry about our changing bodies and as we get older.
Absolutely, if not even more hypercritical, because as it changes, what does that mean for me?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, definitely. Okay, well, I'm excited. You look amazing.
Thank you.
I'm super excited to do this French postcard look, and let's get to it.
Okay.
So one of the diffusions that I use with, this is my normal light, but you can buy an egg crate. Let me turn this off real quick so I don't blind you guys. You can buy an egg crate, it just goes right over. I keep my diffusion panel on. I just throw this guy on if I want heavier shadow. I don't travel with my Mole Richardson just because of the weight issue with airlines. I can't have it with me, which makes me a little sad. But I've figured out this trick to kind of jimmy rig the look I want. The image behind the students over here on the wall was shot with this only, with this diffusion panel. I put it right up against the wall, right at her, had her kind of lean on the wall, and we got this beautiful fine art looking shot. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with this one.
Okay. So I am self-conscious about this.
About the thigh area? Yeah. Okay. Of course. This is not my first rodeo. I will take care of you. I'll make sure that you look awesome.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is you're going to come in with your hip, with this hip. And you're going to put your arm here. So let's get you into that position and let's see where your body naturally feels comfortable, and then we'll kind of reposition. Does that feel comfortable to you? I would say even come a little closer to the back of it. There you go, perfect. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just kind of like show a little more skin, is that okay? So I'm just gonna do this here with this garter. I'm going to tuck it because it doesn't want to stay flush. Perfect. So you want to be on the toes.
Do you want legs crossed or?
I'm liking legs crossed, definitely, and then we'll do a couple variations of it. So let me just come back here real quick. I'm just going to fix this strap. So when you get concept work like this and you're looking at the images, you definitely want to make sure when you are posing your client with expectations, they may bring a picture in that their body type just is not going to work. You need to let them know as you're communicating, as you're posing them, that this is what it's going to end up like. So we want to make sure as we're shooting our clients that we keep our expectation level realistic. We don't want them to think they're going to get the picture that they bring us. You're going to just keep looking that way for me. And this is another reason why I love continuous light. You can just see what it's doing. I have a very kind of low patience threshold, so trying to like fiddle with things that aren't working, I call it Rachel rage. I'll just throw it, I get so mad. So just turning it on and I'm done. That works for me. So this is like as bright as the sun. So just be very careful not to look right into the light, and if you do, remember to blink. We don't want you to tear off all of your makeup.
That is bright.
It is bright. So this kind of lighting is a little bit more detailed too. Just gotta fiddle with it till you get it where you want it. There we go. So let's keep everything the way it is. I want you to turn your head this way just a bit. Perfect. And kind of point your toes a little more. Gorgeous. Don't move. So the way that I have it lit, I'm really liking the vignette that's around her. I'm not worried that I know that from the knee down it's going darker. I want that. With these old images, you're going to have a lot of vignette. So it's something that you can get in camera, and it's also really easy. Move the light and then get everything well lit too.
And Rachel, just a quick clarification for the folks online. NGG is wondering whether you still have the ND film in the softbox or no.
That is only for strobe. I am all hot light right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
I am back in my groove. Let's have you kind of bring this shoulder in. Yes, don't move. Oh, Lord, don't move. Stand by, I'm having a nervous breakdown. Testing light, stand by. Nice long neck for me. Oh, did you? Is that what's going on? I need help. I don't ever change my settings, so.
We changed it for you for the.
I usually get very cranky if anyone ever touches my camera, so. This is me being calm right now.
Yeah, let me get to the. Yeah, it's at the daylight, so you had it set at 4,700.
Was it
Yep.
47? Beautiful, hold that, look down again, turn your chin this way, and down, look down. Gorgeous, beautiful. Oh Lord, yes. I'm gonna need for you to hold that, the hand that's like this on top, I want you to bring it like this, and you're gonna bring this part of your hand to your temple, and then I want, yes, and you're gonna bring that shoulder over here in like this even more. You're gonna kind of kick the hips out a bit. Part the lips for me. Are you guys dying too? Because I'm like dying right now, it's so good. Don't move, don't move. So I'm just going to shoot it with a little more even light, but we still have that beautiful shadow under her chin. Eyes to me, please. Beautiful. And when I get chords or the softbox in the shot, all that kind of stuff, I don't worry about that stuff because I know I'm going to take it out and post. Those are, you can save a lot of time if you're not worrying about that kind of stuff. Just letting people know I know it's there. Keep looking that way for me. Relax your mouth, take a deep breath. Let your shoulders sink down, let that shoulder sink, roll in towards me. Roll it in, roll it in. Okay, so now what I want you to do is uncross the legs, and we're going to have you instead, let's bring the inside knee up just a bit. So you're still, don't listen to me, do your thing. That's awesome. So instead of hooking the foot, let's let them, yep, and you're going to point both of them, and you're going to kind of stretch one back just a bit. There you go. Yeah, that's nice. You okay? Do you need some help with anything? Okay.
Okay.
How you feeling?
Good.
Good? Are you having fun?
Yes. Yeah, I love it.
So I'm going to just go ahead and let this stuff come off the edge. Let's get a little sassy.
Yeah. Kind of gives it a little more period look.
Yeah, I agree. So it's a little bit like bulky here with this elastic. So I can take care of that in post, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to twist it. Is that okay? How does that feel up there? There we go. I'm just going to try to mask this a little bit. Just let me know if I'm pulling it off your boob.
Okay. No. I've got lots of spare room there.
See, normally I would go with a joke and say, but don't worry, I'm going to see them anyway. But we're not doing nudes with her today. Okay, so you're gonna really just kind of, like a kitty, like you're crawling up the side. So a little higher with that hand.
Sorry, it's hard.
And then, yep, and you're gonna push back like this. Yep, and this hand, yes, perfect, don't move. Danielle, can I have you tuck the tool behind her? Her foot, I just want her foot on the outside of that fabric. Thank you, beautiful. Gorgeous. Now I want you looking that way, but keep your head turned to me like it was, but a little bit, turn your head this way a little more. Lift your chin and eyes that way. Hold that. And arch, arch, arch. Eyes to me. Beautiful. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Eyes drift this way. So you're gonna turn your head this way a little bit. Yep, and let your eyes kind of drift down. And to let your head kind of come this way. And eyes drift down that way. Part your lips. Beautiful. Holy cow. Don't move, keep doing it. Eyes to me. Don't move. How's it going? You're gonna get tan today. Come this way. Shoulder this way a little. There it is, hold that. Wow. Okay. Okay, so I really like that like drapey thing. So I was thinking maybe we could do something like this. Did you have like something else you wanted to switch into for that, or we're doing this?
This is what I got.
Okay.
I have, like the intersuit or anything, but.
Cool, cool. I'm wondering, is there any way that we can make the straps make it look like a corset? Do you think there's any way we can tuck them in so the straps look like so it makes it look like a corset? Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna look. So I'm always trying to like jimmy rig things like this, and I travel with little tiny clamps. So if something looks a little funny, I'll just get behind and I'll fold the fabric and just clamp it. Perfect. Let's do the other side too, just in case I want her to. The position that you're in right now, I'm going to want you to hold for me. So how you were back like that, I want you to do that. Oh, sandbag from hell. Okay. And lift your chin. You're gonna look out that way for me. And and let's like relax the left shoulder down. There it is, perfect. And let's kind of bring up that right shoulder just a little bit. And you're gonna kind of bring your shoulder blades back towards each other. Right there, hold that for me. Oh yeah, you're here, I forgot. Okay, so shoulder blades come together a bit. There you go. And you're gonna swivel your body to the right, your whole body, just a bit. Like kind of like we go like this, just a little. There you go. And look that way again. Yep. And now bring your right shoulder forward. Your right shoulder that way more. That way. That way. Bring your shoulder blades together. Look up. Let's do the seated, one of the seated poses, whichever one's your favorite. I'm a tangler. Sorry. Sorry.
Do you want the light to move too?
Let me see. What do you think about a stool?
That might be good.
What do you think about a stool? And we can throw fabric over a stool. Let's pop up. Or even a chair, maybe. Maybe the vintage chair, yeah. This is what's so fun about doing these kind of shoots, is you can just really let go and be as creative as you want. Yeah. So if you can come back and help me arrange. Which one did you want to do? We only have time for one.
Excuse us.
The one on the bottom?
What do you like one on the top?
These are for you. I want you to be happy. Let's do the one on top. So we'll need a bunch of pearls. So for this one, I'm going to see if we can get you actually. Let's see, which way is it? So you're going to have to be careful because the back of the chair, you're actually going to be.
Off to the side, yeah.
You're actually going to be leaning like this. So we don't want you to break your head.
Okay.
So just be careful.
All right.
So we're going to go ahead and, Danielle, can I just get some help with,
Do you want me to sit yet or wait till you?
she wants to do the top one. So just arranging the fabric as best we can to get that vibe.
I might need a little more. Sit down. Yeah. And I got this too.
Perfect. Yeah, it's a bunch. Thank you so much. Are you guys having fun? Cool. Yeah, we just want to be able to try to see the shape through the fabric, so we might want to
Maybe we
just
get the
kind of.
more tool.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
So I travel with tulle. It has multiple purposes. You can if you do have a window that needs more diffusion, you can throw it up. I have those clamps. I also have a gaff tape that I carry with me, so I can tape it up if I need to. You can use it for nudes if someone doesn't like the sheet. It's a really pretty kind of ethereal effect. You can drape it over chairs. It's just really like a multi-purpose, awesome thing to have with you. Yeah, I think so. What do you think? What do you think?
Kind of a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think that's good. I mean, I kind of want more bareness here.
Mm-hmm. So can you lift your leg up, baby?
So you'll be doing so the inside hand will be higher than the other. So you'll be like, oh, these pearls are amazing. Let's see. Let's bring this guy back here and see what that does. Let's bring this guy. Oh, thank you. There we go. Are you having fun? Awesome. Okay, let's see it. Don't move. I'm absolutely loving the shadow behind you. Don't move. I'm just moving this because I don't want the shadow curls on your face. So again, when you're posing people, always consider post, what you're dealing with in post. And you're going to kind of round out the back just a little bit, and then you're going to bring the face up into it. gorgeous. Tilt your head towards me a slight bit. I love like this, but I want you this way a little. So the top of your head tilts towards me a little, and you're gonna lean in towards the pearls because they're just so awesome and amazing. Lean in, lean in. There it is, part your lips. All right. Oh yeah, almost forgot. We are going to do something super cool for you guys. So back in the day, they used to use, so we don't want the toe. They used to use nylons to diffuse on the lens. So we're gonna do some of that for you.
Double it?
Yeah, just be careful. Perfect, perfect, thank you. Same thing, please. Yeah, I like the way you're turning your head, that's nice. Just gonna move this curl. So I'm at the exact same settings, but I'm gonna take one quick shot at the same settings. Actually really like that, don't move. Okay, now I kind of just want you to bring the pearls kind of like over your shoulder. You're gonna kind of have it like over your back, like you're holding it. Exactly, and you're just gonna you're gonna arch in this way now. Come back a little bit, nice long neck. And that's it. We are done. Good job, girl. You're beautiful. You want to see some?
They're so gorgeous. They're amazing.
Oh, that's pretty.
Thanks everybody for all of your comments in the chat room. Folks are chiming in about how they loved seeing everything unfold as that progressed throughout the whole shoot. So.
Exactly. It's
Just
beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you, Rachel, for showing us all of that and doing this different style.
Thanks for giving me an opportunity to switch it up. That was fun.
All right. Well, it is going to be time for our next break. Do we have any final questions from that shoot? Good. All right. Well, I am excited because stay tuned for the next few minutes. We're going to announce the winners.
Yes, we are. We had that photo contest, the Boudoir photo contest that we were running on Facebook, and you guys were able to enter. So we have the winners, and we are very excited to announce them right before we go to lunch here in just a couple minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll let you know.
But first, let's talk about what we are going to do next when we come back from our 45-minute lunch break.
We are going to retouch the pinup and the French postcard. So I do want to let people know that normally with the French postcard, I would probably go onto Dreams Time or one of those places where you can buy images to use as a layover, like the stamp and everything. But since we're on Creative Live, I can't do that. But we will get it as close as we can for you guys. We'll be playing with overlays and treatments.
Great.
Very cool. Well, we would also love to invite everybody. We have just posted our thank you card for Rachel and for Sean on our Facebook page. So you can go over the break and let us know what it is that you have loved about this boudoir photography workshop, what you've learned from Rachel, and just help us giving her a big thank you. Yes. Wanted to read out a quote from Angie G, who has, and give her props, because she's been very active in the chat rooms, and we've enjoyed having you there. She says, "I'm so glad I purchased this course. I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. I can't wait to watch this over and over." And especially these last two shoots, she was very, very excited about. So thank you.
I feel the same way personally. I'm really excited to watch some of these over and over again and actually work through stuff, especially the retouching. I'm really excited to work through that as I rewatch it. And that's something that you guys can do if you do purchase anytime access to the course. The way we work here is we broadcast this live. You can watch it as it goes, and we'll rebroadcast it throughout the night, and you can check it out then as well. If you do want to go back and rewatch something and watch it at your own rate, you can purchase anytime access then to the course. It costs $149 for anytime access to all 3 days of the content. We do offer, though, that live discount to the price of $99 if you purchase it now. Easiest place to do that, there's a buy button directly below the video feed. Just go ahead and click that while we are on break. It's something that I'm really excited to go through over and over again, and if you are as well, that is something that you should go ahead and consider doing.
I'm looking forward to seeing how your work changes personally after this course.
A lot of fun.
I loved your reaction to the light that Rachel was using in this last one as well.
So good. I've got the site bookmarked. That's a Mole Richardson light, MOLE-Richardson. Lots of people were asking about that, so we should let them know. Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
And I can't wait to check them out.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you to everybody again who applied online, who submitted their photo online for our photo contest. It's time. We're going to announce the winners. So I'm not sure. I'm thinking that third place is probably what's going to come up first, but congratulations on our third place winner, Karen Abbott. Beautiful, beautiful photo.
That is gorgeous.
Karen is winning Lightroom presets and texture pack from SLR Lounge, as well as an Intuos pen and Touch Small from Wacom, and a $50 Miller's Wall Art gift certificate, and a Lowell Rifa bag. That is a huge, huge prize for the third prize.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that's third place.
That's third place. All right, second place, we have Silvana DeFrancis, and let's see her image.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. And she has won a 1-year pro membership from Into the Darkroom, also the Intuos pen, Miller's, and Lowell Rifa. Same prize. Amazing. Amazing. All right. And the first place winner?
First place winner is going to win a shoot with Rachel. They'll also win the Intuos Pro Medium from Wacom and a Miller's Signature Album gift certificate and the Lowell Rifa 88. Very, very exciting prize. So,
for Steve DeMint.
Congratulations,
Steve. So we'll have to see. Maybe Boudoir is going to be what comes next.
Or perhaps there's a woman in Steve's life.
I'll do it.
Rachel says she'll do it. So Steve, it's either for you or a lucky lady in your life.
Awesome.
Well, congratulations to everyone.
Exactly.
Those are beautiful, beautiful images. And we want to, again, thank everyone who did enter into the contest. Your work was great.
And so you can check out those images again on Facebook, as well as the thank you card.
Yep.
So congratulations, and thank you to all of those sponsors who gave those gifts. Thank you again. We'll see everybody back in 45 minutes after our lunch break. See you then. Thanks.
My name is Surabhi Saraf. I am a media artist. I make audiovisual installations.
Surabhi Saraf is one of many members of the CME community, a platform open to all creative people. From artists to photographers, designers to musicians, creators to visionaries. Anyone who makes anything can share their stories and fund their dreams. How it works is simple. First, you create a CME profile, showing your passions, your ambitions, and the vision behind
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are in the home stretch, our last half day of our 3-day workshop here with Rachel Stevens. This has been Boudoir Photography. I loved this morning. If you guys are just joining us now, we started off the day with Shauna Reardon, your husband and business partner, who took a very deep dive into the practicalities of how you guys engage with your clients, and it was very, very eye-opening, and everybody at home loved that. This last shoot I just loved as well. We got to see you having fun. We got to see our models having fun, and in both a pinup and I love the French postcard term. Those images, I can't wait to see which one you're going to retouch. Beautiful, beautiful. So now we are going to get into more retouching, correct?
We're going to do a retouch of the pinup and then a retouch of the French postcard.
Fantastic. I just want to take a minute before I let you do that, just to talk again about the different special offers, everybody. Again, you can go and get those just by RSVPing for the class. You can get to the course page. There are a number of special offers from a bunch of sponsors, but also a special discount for the actions that you sell that you're going to be showing some of us. Those too.
I rely heavily on my actions
Yes.
for post-production, so I'm going to be switching back and forth between longhand and actions because I do want to get 2 images done for you guys, so we'll be back and forth.
I really love that throughout this whole workshop that you have been doing both. So showing us the images and then showing us how you retouch them, the shooting, the retouching.
Right.
And so it's really reinforcing one section of retouching after the other, and building. So,
And we saw yesterday how long it took, all longhand. So.
Yes, exactly. Cool. All right, well, I am going to let you get started and take it away.
Awesome.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. So really quickly, I just want to talk a little bit about this testimonial here. This is Dana Deluxe. She's a modern pinup. She's a friend of mine. When I started shooting in LA, she was one of the pinups that I shot. We've been working together probably about 7 years. After I moved away from Portland, she had had 2 babies, and she got throat cancer. So she had emailed me wanting to get back into modeling, and I was going to be in Vegas where she was living. And she asked me if I would shoot her. She was feeling insecure, and she couldn't think of anybody else she would want to get her back into it. So I, of course, said yes. After her shoot, she sent me this. She said, "I've been a model for quite some time and rarely insecure in front of the camera. After having both my boys, not modeling for 4 years, added weight and cancer, needless to say, I was scared to death to pose again. Rachel, in her amazing way, made me feel safe, comfortable, and more than that, made me feel beautiful again. It's been hard to deal with my changed body, but working with her has given me courage to get through my insecurities. Thank you for all you've done, Rachel. You'll never understand what it meant to me." So I find that very powerful because we always think as everyday regular women that models just like, they don't have these kinds of insecurities, but we all are women. All women have these insecurities. And I wanted to talk about body image. All women struggle with body image. All of us. Whether you're a model, whether you're 19, whether you're a mom, or whatever walk of life you come from, we all struggle with our own body image. Size shaming. This is something that it's so prevalent in our society, and it's even it's done with derision. It's done to make a girlfriend feel better about another girl. Like, you know, if you break up with your boyfriend and he starts seeing someone else, the first thing that we do is attack the other woman for how she looks to make our friend feel better. All these kinds of things just contribute to this mentality of girl-on-girl crime. And it's something that I get really, really upset about when I see on my fan page. It's usually always women doing this to other women. And it makes me so sad that we live in this kind of society where we're more quick to tear each other down than to lift each other up. So I was really excited about today because we got to see over the last couple of days the curvy woman, and today we got to see thinner women and really got to see that we all struggle with the same things And we are all united, and we are all connected. We really are all sisters. And I'm hoping that someday we'll be able to uplift one another rather than tear each other down. So that's a message that I was hoping that I'd be able to get across to you guys today. So let's get into retouching. So I'm just going to stand to start, I think, but if I knock this over, sorry. So I'm going to start with this classic pinup pose here. And like I said before, I'm going to be going back and forth from longhand and actions. So I'll just kind of go through and see which one I like. Kind of feeling, let's see. Kind of feeling that one more. And like I said, these are my personal presets that I just use. So it's not anything packaged to sell. So they're not perfect. They don't perfectly say what they say they're gonna, what they're labeled. Okay. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's open that guy up. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to take care of this little bit of paper that's at the bottom here. Okay. I'm just going to grab my lasso tool. Copy, paste, transform. I'm just going to pull that down. Just make sure I didn't get any of her hair. And again, let's double check and make sure that our history, yep, we see the snapshot there. Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit my Perfect Prep Powerhouse mixer. I always love to start with this one. Kind of does a whole lot of different things. It'll level the shadows, clarity punch, which is a sharpen, that neutralize the color, and have an auto tone, curves, color toning, and a recover midtones. A lot of times I'll just play around with the group opacity.
We're just going to have you stop and turn mouse pose back on. So just hold in for 1 second. The magic wizard is going to take over your computer, as you're seeing right now.
Pull the pen away. Yeah, there you go.
Jazz hands, everyone.
Jazz hands.
Hey, you know, jazz hands are a great way to fill time. I've always thought
so. We started a new thing at Creative Live.
Great. Looks
we good?
Go ahead and start over. Or
right.
Keep going.
So overall, I'm liking what's happening here. But you could go through here and adjust each little layer. So I'm just going to make my brush a little bigger here, about 30%. And I'm just going to bring back some in here. Okay. It's like backwards day for me today. Normally, like I mentioned yesterday, I work on a PC at home, so I'm messing up my keys. So you guys, please have some patience with me. Okay, so I'm again looking for what's distracting. This right here is distracting me a little bit, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Grab my lasso. It's already set at 25. There I go, messing up the commands again. Just looking, I'm pulling away because I'm looking for the original curve, and I want to keep that original curve. Let's go about right there with it. Okay. So I just got to clean that up a little bit right here. I'm going to go in a little closer. Just make sure that the skin looks okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to clean that up right over here. I'm just clone stamping to clean it up. I'm just going to get a little bit of a harder brush right here on these edges here. Really easy fix. And now there's not that distraction. And again, these are, just preference. Personal preference of what you find distracting. It's the way I do it, not the way to do it. So keep that in mind. I'm just going to smooth the lines here, which often happens with stockings. They don't make stockings anymore without the elastic in there, in the part on the top of the thigh, which always pinches, which bums me out because I love old school stockings without that elastic. They're very difficult to find these days. I'm just going to kind of smooth this out a little bit here. Kind of push in here at the bra. Okay. So now I'm just going to hit perfect base, and it's just going to kind of level things out for me and see where it's kind of like a fill light. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit this, just kind of dab where I want it. Adjust my brushes accordingly. Definitely want some more in here. Could I get someone wipe down the screen for me, the monitor screen?
We absolutely can.
I'll just keep working as we go. And I'm just going to go back and kind of take a little bit away around the cleavage here. And then just kind of where the collarbones are beautifully defined, we want to preserve that as well. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to show you the longhand way to do this, but it would be the shadow highlights pop. Are you seeing, is this right here? Is that on the screen?
We're just taking a second to clean up the monitor here so that Rachel can see exactly what she wants to do. This is how you know it's live, everybody.
That's right.
This is how you know it's live. I love this image. It's so, just everything is clean from the beginning. Like the way that it's lit, the way that the pose works.
The lighting. She used the snoot, right, in this one?
Yeah. To get that kind of pop of highlight in the background that gives the definition to the legs. It's a beautiful image.
I'm just still impressed with our model, Laramie, who was able to get in these positions.
Yeah, and her first time too. It was amazing to watch them work. So, yeah.
All good?
Take it away.
I'll just work around it. It's cool. Okay, so what I would hit here is I would hit my shadows and highlights, but I'm going to go ahead and do that longhand for you guys. I'm going to go up here to adjustments, shadows, highlights. And I might play with the color correction here and even kind of pop the color a bit. Kind of see where I like this here. And you just kind of play around and see where you like it. And I'm not looking for the overall effect of the image. I'm kind of looking at certain areas. I'm looking in here and in their hair. So there you go. I know there was a question earlier about the light and shadows. So when I'm shooting and the light may not be exactly where I want, I know that in post I can come in and I can address those issues. So I don't stress about it while I'm shooting. So I'm going to go ahead and mask that out. And I'm going to just bring some of that back in here where I liked it. Kind of hit the clothing. I kind of really like it up there. I think we'll go hard on that one. Okay. So should I be as meticulous as I normally would be? Okay. This is just distracting me a little bit, so I'm going to get rid of this guy. Since we're working with a smaller space, I'm going to use about 10 pixels here. I'll get it, guys.
And that's just a copy, paste, transform is what you're doing right there?
Yes. I keep doing the PC one. All right. All right, this is not being nice to me. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to paste it again. And that happens with Photoshop. Sometimes you do something 1,000 times, and then just one time it just won't work. And now it worked. I'm just going to get rid of this right in here. Kind of cut off the, yeah, that's okay though. Yeah, that works fine. So I'm just going to go ahead and get my clone stamp again. Just going to get rid of that in there. Blend it in a little. And now I don't have that bothering me. Okay, so we're going to go in and we are going to, oh, look at that face. Look at that happy face. So we're just going to go in and clean some teeth. And I didn't show, you know what? I didn't show you cleaning teeth yesterday, right? Did I show you that yesterday? Yeah. All right, let's do this guy longhand. Okay, so we're going to duplicate the image, the layer, and we're going to go to Image, Adjustments, Hue Saturation. I'm going to bring this guy down to about 30, and let's go up on the lightness just a little. And then we're going to hide this mask, bring it in, about 40% opacity on my brush. And then I'm just going to kind of go in there real gently. You want to be careful not to get into the gums, and you want to be careful not to get into the lips. Can you see that? It's really subtle. If you look right here, It's really subtle. You want it to be really subtle. You don't want it to turn their face into a flashlight. Okay. So I zoom back full screen just to see if overall it doesn't look too weird. And then I go back up close. Because up close it could look fine, then you zoom back and you're like, whoa, that's too much. So I showed you guys eyes yesterday, so I'm gonna shortcut it. Again, I'm getting in the car right now. I'm gonna drive there instead of walk. And we are going to do the eyes extravaganza. I'm like the worst person in the world naming actions. But they are very simplistic. The name of the action tells you what it does. They are grouped in a group that tells you what it does. So exposure and color, and then all these tell you what it does within that. So they're very easy to follow. And I did that more for myself than anybody else. And we're going to clean the whites of the eyes here. I'm going to go to here and I'm going to pop the highlights. I'm going to kind of dab in the color here just a little bit. I'm going to get darken edges and just kind of go around here, go around the eyeliner a little, kind of hit the eyebrows just a teensy bit. I'm going to hit pop highlights again. So it doesn't really seem like you're doing anything. But again, subtle changes. So when you have a client upside down like that and they're looking up at you, they're a lot of times they're gonna, I call it squinch, if that's a word. They're gonna squinch their forehead. I've just made the word if it's not a word. So we're gonna take care of that real quick with the patch tool. I'm just going to grab some big areas. Before we clean the skin, we're just going to take care of this. And I always take care of this area with my patch tool. I always do little areas, and you blend your opacity down, just like blending paints to paint on your canvas. Flatten, make another layer. You just go in little steps. And it seems tedious, but as you get comfortable with the technique and as you get comfortable in Photoshop, this goes by fast. If I could just sit here and work this image without talking, and I'm just using my actions, I could have this done in less than 10 minutes. In fact, when I go home and work some of these images, I'm more than happy to do a screen capture video of me working some of the rest of these models and show you guys that I can get it done in 10 minutes, if you want it. Uh-oh, I did a bad thing. Tech support.
Go to the Apple. There it
is. Okay, thank you. Sean hears that a lot from me. So it's, Photoshop is labor intensive, but this is tender loving care that you're giving to your client. You're polishing it. As you get better with your technique and as you get more comfortable with it, I hope what you're learning from me, you'll be able to apply it to your own workflow, your own way, so that it can speed up your workflow. Like, this is just how I retouch. And I would never tell anybody else how they should retouch their own work. So pinup is typically a very, you always see the pinups. When I think about pinup, I think about the painted images and recreating that in photos. So I'm not going to go that far with treatments today, but we are going to kind of do some of the more desaturation, and we might throw we might put an overlay texture layer over it for fun. We'll see as we get there. So because I'm smoothing this out so much to get and I'm working just a little bit faster right now, I'm going to go ahead and put some texture in back over this skin. So I'm just letting you know now that I'm keeping that in mind for later, that when you have someone, when they arch back like that and they do get the creases in the forehead, a lot of times it's going to look really smooth like this. And we do want texture, and that you can put texture back. And I'll demonstrate that for you real quick. But as we smooth skin and stuff, I may need to go back and do it again as well. Okay. So here we've got, under retouching, we've got skin texturizer. Just going to hit this guy. I'm going to put some texture back in here. It's magic. So now it looks like skin again. And we will continue to clean. So what I don't want to do is I don't want to take away all these lovely laugh lines, and I don't want to take away here. I mean, we don't want to make someone look 20 years younger than they are. We just want them to look fresh and polished. So I'm going to go down to here. Did you guys want me to demo the high frequency longhand one more time? Or do you think we covered it enough yesterday? I'm happy to do it.
Maybe stepping through it vocally would be nice, but I don't know that we need to go through the whole steps, because we did do that several times yesterday. So.
Okay, so what we did, if you remember, we duped the layer twice. So then we named the top layer texture, we named the bottom layer color, and then what did we do? Then on the color layer, you're going to go ahead and you're going to do a Gaussian blur at about 13-ish. On the texture layer, you're going to go to image, apply image, subtract. You'll make sure your color layer is selected, and then scale 2 and offset 128. Then you're going to put the whole thing on linear light. And you group them, because you don't want to mess with the opacity on either layer. You group them, and then you play with your opacity on that group layer. Okay, so let's go in here, and let's start cleaning up the skin. Just going to clean up down the bridge of her nose, here, cleaning up around here. I'm going to bring some of the color over here to the side of her nose just a little bit. Up in here a little bit. I'm going to grab my texture layer. And again, I'm still just working right around the same area. We're just going to smooth this down a bit. And then we're going to hit our opacity. So there's where we were. Here's where we are with nothing. We're going to go about right there. That's lovely. Just going to run it again. On the color layer, just going to clean in here a little bit. And on texture layer now to clean, I'm at 40%, both on my opacity and both on my flow. Just going to smooth this out right here a tiny bit. And it's okay to kind of go hard, because you know that you can dial back your opacity when you're done making those adjustments. All right. So I'm good right there. All Her lipstick's perfect. I'm just gonna do one quick thing. I just want her eyes to pop a little more. So I'm gonna bring my exposure way up. And I'm just gonna go in here with my brush at about 60%. I'm gonna hit the catch lights. And then I'm gonna bring my opacity down to about 20%. And I'm just gonna dab in here in the color, just to kind of give it a little bit more pop. There we go. We're okay with makeup. I'm gonna bypass all that. Let me go ahead and do a couple things longhand for you guys. You guys remember the hair pop we did? I'm gonna show you another way to do that. A lot of times I'll go into here under shadows highlight and kind of bring up the color a bit. And then I'm gonna mask that out. I'm gonna bring it back in, just kind of like over where I want it to pop, like this. And then I'm gonna grab my dodge tool, and I'm gonna set it about down to 15, and I'm gonna put it on highlights. Oops, my bad. And I'm just gonna go over the areas on the actual layer, not the mask, just on the little areas that I've masked in. I'm gonna go back just a little bit. See that? Just kind of makes it pop a little more, and it kind of lends to that painted look a little bit more. Okay. So she has gorgeous skin. I'm loving all her freckles. I'm just seeing a little bit of indentations here from her jeans or whatever she was wearing. So I'm gonna hit skin clean again. And I'm just gonna grab the texture layer at about 60%. And I'm just gonna clean that up right here. Sorry, that I know you guys need to see that, it's just really annoying. Okay. There we go. And just kind of over the knuckles a little bit, just to soften those. Maybe soften up here in the hand a little. And just moving around, see where else I just kind of want to soften just a little bit. And just kind of like tone that down a little there. So I'm super happy with that. I'm gonna go there. And then we're just gonna do a quick powdery skin. And I know that I'm not gonna do this very heavy. I'm really happy with where her face is right now. Now what I'm looking at is I wanna kind of bring that kind of softness on her body to match her face. So I've got my brush tool. Just gonna bring these guys up and just start to kind of spot soften. Okay, I've got a little bit of some kind of marks on my monitor, so that's why I keep moving the image. I keep moving the image away from the marks on the monitor that I think that are on the image and I have to clean. So that's why I keep moving it, you guys. And you can tell I'm really steering clear of edges. Just gonna look into the nylon, kind of soften that a bit. Look at the feet. I'll just maybe even add a little bit of glow here and see what that does. Oops. Whoa, easy, killer. Getting a little cray on that one. So you can tell for pinup, I really like the really exposed look. Which does kind of differ from some of the other stuff that I do in my boudoir portraiture. And then I'm just going to go down and I'm going to do that nice digital hug with Give Me Depth. You guys remember that one? See that? How it just hugs the image? This is one of my favorite actions. I just love this one so much. I use it on every single image I do. I absolutely love it. It changed my life. I'm just going to kind of spot away just a little bit where I'd like it to be a little less drama. And I'm going to go ahead and sharpen this really quick before we do the glow. I may not even want the glow on this, so I'm just going to sharpen it. And again, we're sharpening through channels. So you can see that. I'm going to flatten that. I love it. So here, I'm seeing some marks on the floor. I'm going to quickly just take care of that using our, just made me a softer brush. I'm just going to take care of that with the clone stamp tool. And just kind of clean that guy up a little bit. A bigger brush to blend. Looks good. And then let's go ahead and run the skin clean real quick. I can show you how you can use that also to take care of your backgrounds. I'm going to grab my brush, about 40%. I'm going to grab a color here. This is going to kind of clean it up a little. Oops. That looks good to me. Just want to make sure that I don't get it on her skin. I'm just going to kind of go over the edges here. And let's do one last thing. Let's have a look and see what the glow, I didn't do the glamour glow for you guys. I did want to show it to you. Here it is. So see how it makes it really bright and soft? It's the exact same technique as the dreamy glow that we did when we did the duplicate layer and we went ahead and did the Gaussian blur on it and we did the soft light. This is the same thing, it's just on screen. So I'm super happy with it there.
Beautiful.
I think it's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
I love it.
Do we have any questions in the studio audience?
I know we did have one request from ANP to see if you could maybe do the step-by-step for the digital hug again.
Oh, sure. Well, remember, I couldn't remember.
Oh, that's right. That's why.
I'll try. Let me try.
Let's try it.
I'm all about trying. Okay, so we're going to grab a gradient. Let's see if this guy will work. I don't believe it did yesterday, but nope. I don't want to spend too much time making a fool out of myself, but I'll try one more time for you guys. Nope.
We can do it. Rachel, you could do it later in the week and we can Twitter.
Yeah, I can. Why don't I do that? Why don't I screen capture a video for you guys and I'll do it step by step from my machine because I have all of my gradients set in Photoshop, and then I will blog it, or Creative Live can blog it, and they can also blog using my actions to prove that I can get my images done in 10 minutes. I'd be happy to demonstrate that too because I know there were some people saying no way.
That sounds fantastic. We'll be in touch about that. That's a great idea.
Okay, cool.
But for now, I think we are great to move on to the next image. Excited to see that
one. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm just going to quickly show you guys before and after, yeah? So there's our before, and we'll go, let's go straight to our after. So you can see they're nice and subtle, but everything really pops. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to the next girl. Oh, look, geez, I forgot her name. We're going to go to our French postcard, right? Okay. Tech support. Thank you. It's like magic. Gosh, if I only had that at home.
I believe her name was Emily.
Emily, thank you. All right. Let's go down the way here. So I want to show you guys really quickly. At the end, we went ahead and put on our stocking. So do you guys see the diffusion? How it makes it nice and soft? So you can see here the diffusion that the nylon made. Back in the day, the images were not sharp. So doing these really cool see what it does here to the tool, as opposed to before where the tool is just sharper. It really kind of just makes a more painted look. See that? If you guys watch here, here's before we put on the nylon, and here's after. So just putting that nylon on just really does make that really cool effect. So play around. I'm kind of loving these with the nylon, but let's see. Let's go ahead and retouch one with the nylon for fun. I really love this one. I love that one too, though. All right, let's do this guy. So I'm just going to kind of toggle through my things here. And like I said, these are just for me, so I know that they don't always do what they're named to do. All right, let's go ahead and kind of play around in here a little bit. Going to bring the exposure down a little bit, bring the fill light down. So I'm kind of really liking the kind of diffusion and the kind of like underexposed look. Let's go ahead and do that. Working with this image, I'm going to show you guys how to play around with texture overlays. And I know that you guys have heard as we were going throughout the workshop about SLR Lounge giving away their paper textures. So we'll be playing around with those a little bit today so you guys can see how to use them for whoever is going to get them or who has won them. Okay. Okay. I am just loving this image so much. So the first thing that I'm looking at this overall image is right in here. I'm kind of wanting her waist to go smaller. So I'm looking at this like an art piece. So when I'm doing an image for more artistically, I do want to still stay true to the person, but I also want to have a little bit more artistic, creative control as well. So I may take it further than I would for just a regular boudoir portrait when I'm doing a fine art piece. So I'm just going to have liquefy here. And just going to tuck in here a little bit. And remember, you can wiggle to keep the softness. And I think for this, because I really love the way that this is looking here, I don't think I'm going to go any more using liquefy for this. I think I'm going to go back and use my lasso tool to finish the manipulations I want to do right there. But let's just address some of the other things really quickly. It all looks awesome to me. So I'm going to just go in here with my lasso tool, 25%. And I'm going to bring it about here. Let's go about there. Okay, I'm going to copy, paste, and transform. Oh, I'm sorry, I was doing PC controls again. There we go. All right, so I'm looking up in here to make sure that I don't lose my way. I'm looking down here to make sure that I don't lose the lines. I'm going to come in a little bit more right here. That's just seeming to me better. I like that better for this image. I'm just going to check my lines here. Everything looks good. I think I got a little bit of bleed right here, so I'm going to take care of that real quick with my clone stamp tool. I'm going to go about 30%. I'm just going to clean this up right here. And you always want to make sure that you keep looking. These are really, really, really easy to miss. So since we used the nylon, we already have some of the really cool vintage treatment already on it. We did that by hand using the nylon. So I'm still going to do it, but that's the cool thing about having those little hacks to use. There we go. Just going to bring this guy down, hide that. There we go. And we're going to mask that out. Just going to remember we tucked the strap. Luckily, it's really not too bad in here, but we're going to clean that up. I'm going to kind of get just a little bit of a harder brush, and I'm just going to get rid of this guy here. Just kind of smooth that down. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go grab my skin clean action. I normally use my shortcut keys, but I can't figure out how to get them to work on this Mac keyboard, so I apologize, you guys. So when you're working with frequency separation technique, it's interesting to learn like what's texture and what's color. Sometimes I'll be like trying to work on an area and I'm like, it's not doing anything. And then I realize, that's because this is actually not color that I'm trying to manipulate. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just smoothing out the strap that we tucked underneath her corset. That's bulging out under the material. We're just going to clean that up a bit. And it doesn't have to be totally perfect because it still does have this texture in here, We just don't want it, like you can see this right here. We don't want that. So we're going to smooth it out. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and we already did the exposure and color balances longhand yesterday. So again, I'm going to do my perfect prep, which does have all of those that we went through longhand yesterday in this one action. So all these things other than recover midtones, which I don't remember how to do longhand, I apologize, and I don't have notes for it. All of these things we've already done yesterday. Clarity punch, it's just sharpening using high pass and a blending mode of overlay. I'm liking that about there. And I'm just going to paint away in a few different areas. Right in here, I'm going to paint that away. I'm going to paint it away over the white. Just kind of paint away in here over the skin a bit. And around here. And I know yesterday we talked about creating vignettes by just bringing in dark around them and keeping it light just around their head. And that's just what I'm doing here. I'm absolutely loving this shadow. You can really play around with shadows. If you brought the light over here and had someone, say, leaning against a wall, you had a light like that, and you had the light coming in this way, you would have a really cool shadow of their form right here. Just really creates interest to an image. All right, so I'm just going to take away a little bit more in here. Kind of bring it down a little there. Perfect. Okay, so it's still feeling a little bit more, like it's got a little bit more saturation than I'd like. So I'm going to go back to our hue saturation. I'm going to grab our little hand here, and I'm just going to pull back the skin tone a little bit. And I'm just going to play with the hue a little. Okay, now I'm just going to go ahead and paint in where I want that. So what I'm looking at when I did that is I'm looking at the skin. And a little in the hair. Kind of in here a little on the stocking, on the arm a little bit. And let's see, let's go about there with it. All right, now let's get in and do some detail work. So again, with the hair, I'm going to go to the shadows, highlights, and I'm just going to kind of play around in here and see where I'm liking it. And just play around with all the different sliders. I mean, as far as like what things are doing in Photoshop, I've always been kind of the mind like, I don't really need to know the how, I just need to know if I want something done, it gets it done. So I play around with sliders without really knowing technically what it's doing. I just know it's called shadow highlights. Okay, cool, I get it. So I was going in to see what it would do to the hair, but I'm actually really liking what it's doing overall here. I just want to kind of bring down just a teensy bit in here, so I'm just dabbing. Okay, let's go into the eyes. So because she has really pretty blue eyes, I believe, but with the stocking, it does diffuse that. I'm not going to worry about it too much because this is a full body, but we do kind of want to brighten those eyes up for her. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go here. Just going to kind of play around a little. I was going to paint that back into the eye. So this may not even really be something that we would be able to notice in the picture, but this is just, I tweak out in Photoshop a lot. Let's see if we have a happy accident here. So I just did that color balance, and then I saw what it did here, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So I just duplicated the layer and I removed the mask. And now I'm just going to go ahead and play with it a little bit. Because I was really loving that, and now I'm seeing this, I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool. I think I'm going to keep part of it. Probably about right there. But I do feel like it kind of made this a little too bright than my liking. So I'm going to bring that out a little. And maybe even bring the coolness out of the white as well. Okay. So we really don't have much to do with her skin. And that's the beauty of using a nylon. It softens the skin for you. So I'm just going to clean a teensy bit in here and on the backdrop using Skin Clean, the high frequency separation. I'm going to kind of go heavy on it at 70%. And my flow's on 40. And it's a painted backdrop, so I'm not going to tweak out too heavily on it, just the ones that are distracting to me. I'm going to get rid of those guys. Just kind of look around. If you hold your space bar down, that turns any tool into the hand, so you can just drag around. I do this a lot just to make sure I'm not missing a tiny detail that can completely destroy an image. And I'm aware that we can see the edge. I'll take care of that at the end. The edge of the backdrop, I know that's in the shot. Okay. So just in here, just going to clean right around here a little bit. Clean it in here a little bit. Let's get some color on the color layer. Let's kind of bring down the color and kind of take out that blue magenta color. Okay. And when things start looking too heavy, just remember it's okay. You're gonna be able to bring it down with your opacity. Rarely do I ever do anything in Photoshop and keep it at 100% opacity. Okay, so obviously, because I'm awesome, I brought back these dots I tried to get rid of. Did I mention I really suck at forethought? I'm just gonna hit this. I'm gonna hit this with the spot healing tool real quick, just because it's gonna totally annoy me if it's still there. All right. Okay, cool. Uh-oh, what'd I do? There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna hit, we did this yesterday, the skin spot smoother. I'm gonna hit that real quick. And if anytime you want me to do it longhand, just shout out. Are the paper textures in this folder where these images live?
We will find out for you.
So I'm just spot smoothing. I'm not going over everything. I'm just doing little spots. And
Rachel, sounds like everything is in the same folder.
Sweet, thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay. So yesterday we did lips. I'm going to do the lips again real quick. I'm going to go about 10% here. And let's go a little more here. Yay, I did it right this time, first try. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to mask that out. I'm going to bring it in. So obviously the grain is crazy with the stocking. I love it. I think it's super cool. If you are not a fan of grain, don't use a nylon over your lens. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the, I'm going to sharpen it real quick before I start putting any other texture files over it. You'll have to forgive me. I usually use, it says F10, whatever. I usually use those, and I can't get them to work on this keyboard. So keep going up and down with my actions.
So there's actually a question on this from Karina KDA Photography. So do you do other things to the photo after you sharpen it? She thought that sharpening was the very last thing that people did.
Correct. Normally that is my workflow process. I love using treatments. I love using overlay files, but in my experience, when I've tried to get creative, just without talking to a client, if I think an image looks awesome and I want to throw a texture layer over it and kind of make it more of an art piece, not everyone gets it, and then they complain, well, I really liked it in my proofs, and I don't know why there's these scratches on it, or, so I don't do it anymore, just not for my typical boudoir client. If I have a concept like this, then I take artistic license to do what I like. So I'm liking what the sharpening's doing here. And you can see we still have some nice grain. And I'm not going to worry about whitening the eyes or anything like that. I do kind of want to keep this true to a classic retro image, and they didn't whiten eyes or anything like that. So that's why I'm not doing that right there. I did try to make them a little more blue, and that's all we did on that. So I'm seeing a little bit of discoloration between here and here. So I'm going to address that really quickly. And I'm going to do that with my Skin Clean, because it's the quickest way to do anything for me now when I'm dealing with trying to color match skin. It's like I almost feel like I'm cheating using this.
And what does it do?
I can just sample. I can grab my brush, and I just hit Option or Alt, and I can sample the color from one place that I want it, and then just paint it over where I want it to go. And over the years with Photoshop, I don't know about you, but I have spent so many hours upon hours upon hours trying to figure out how to realistically color match skin that this makes me almost want to laugh. It's so easy. So you want to make sure you have a nice soft brush. And I'm going to just bring my flow down too here. Okay. So you see how easy that was? Done. Okay, so let's do our little digital hug. So I don't want too much here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it there, but I'm just going to start kind of painting away over certain areas. All right, so I'm just kind of bringing back some of that, it's almost like more of the flat look. I don't want there to be too much before I put on my texture. I am liking that a lot. So I'm going to save that. And the white is lovely, but it's kind of not feeling the white right now as we go further along in this image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a layer here. And I'm going to put this onto color mode. And I'm going to grab my brush, and I'm going to sample this color over here from the tool. Let's kind of sample it more from the chair. And I'm just going to kind of bring down that white. And this could be done under the frequency separation, the skin clean, but I'm just trying to show you guys different ways to do things. So there's the white, there's when we put color over it. I'll go about there with it. Okay, so now we're gonna have a little bit of fun with texture. So
before we do that,
Sure.
there's a conversation going on in the chat rooms, and people are still trying to understand exactly why you flatten so often, and then have it in the history. So
Sure.
if you could just explain that for everybody who didn't hear you explain that the other day.
Of course. So flattening your images and not saving your layers was kind of a difficult process for me, just like deleting images. I used to save everything I took. I could not let go of any raw file. I don't know why, it was really hard. And then it started getting to a point where, the storage costs money. I need to figure this out, and this is a lot of work. I don't need to be doing this. And that's kind of the same thing that happened to me in Photoshop. And I was like, how can I flatten and save, but save myself? So I was trying to figure out. And then I discovered here in the history palette, you go to history options. This is by default, the first one is always checked, but if you check this second one, automatically create new snapshot when saving. Every single time I flatten, I save. Every single time I save, Photoshop is saving a snapshot. Do you guys want to go through it real quick? So these are all, every time I flattened, every step we went. So you can see I do it a lot. So there's from start to finish. We could end here. Like this could very well be the end of it. If I was going to be done here, I'd probably bring this back. I'd probably do that and be done. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and keep that because it's awesome. Okay, so I know a lot of people don't know how to use textures and how to do overlays. So inside my action set, I have little overlay helpers with the different effects that are most commonly used. So I'll go ahead and, do you want me to show you longhand or just run the action? It's the same way either way. I mean, oh, well,
Let's do the longhand.
Let's do the longhand. Okay, so I'm gonna go File, stand by. Where is place? Does this one not have place anymore? Where would it be? This one? Oh, I'm so smart. Okay, so I was making my own textures by taking pictures of stuff and then trying to get all fancy with it and trying to do it digitally. I sucked at it, but I did package them and I was trying to sell them with this. I just didn't really feel great about it. So I was trying to research how to do it. And then I found SLR Lounge, and they have this amazing textures pack. And they have all these insane textures in each one. They have foundation, grunge, burned, effects, blends. They have a video that shows you how to do it. And then they have a video of how they made it. So they actually took paper and like put stuff on it, you know, put sandpaper on it, took pictures of those, then put like some kind of emollient on it, burned it, you know, hung it up, then took pictures of those, and I was like, yeah, that's way too far for me. I'm just gonna buy this. So they've been so generous to let us use this on Creative Live and to offer it to you guys at a discount, I believe. So I'm just gonna go to one of our foundation images here. Is there a way to look at it? Here we go. Oops, my bad. This one? All right. So you have all these different ones. Let me look at my image. Since we have this awesome backdrop and we have already shot through a nylon, we have texture going on already. So we don't want to go too nuts with it. And I really am liking the tones that are going on here. So I know that when I'm looking for my foundation image, I want to stay along those lines. I kind of want to keep the colors the same. I don't want to offset them too much. And I really like the background texture. So I'm going to go for one of these more mellow textures. Let's see this guy. And it opens up in Camera Raw, so once you find a texture that you like, you can then tweak it if you want to. And then we're going to select all and copy. And we're going to paste in place if it will let me. Uh-oh, I did a bad thing. Paste special, paste in place. There we go. Okay. So once you have your texture file on, and you just want to always make sure that you see, I always kind of drag mine off the outside just a little bit, just to make sure that there wasn't that little bit on the top that I wasn't seeing. And then you can just start going ahead and toggling through your different blending modes. So working with textures really helps you understand what blending modes do and how cool they are. So typically the ones that are used the most, at least I use the most, overlay, I use soft light, I use screen, and I use multiply. Those are the ones that are like my go-to textures. So you can see here, and let's go in and see. You want to be careful when you apply a texture that the texture will lay over the skin. So I'm kind of really liking that right there the way it is. Let me see here. I'm feeling more and more drawn to this kind of like dark, mysterious, underexposed feel for this image. So I'm going to create a mask here. I'm going to grab a brush. I'll go about there, it's good. areas. So I don't mind if the texture, if you can see, I don't mind if it kind of bleeds into the skin a little bit. And sometimes it does look cool over the skin. It just totally depends on the image. I really like that. So then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go, Sean's laughing at me. I'm going to go to Effects. And Effects has a whole bunch of different grain files. And I absolutely love to play with grain. So for this one, I'm going to go, so they pretty much start with a really low grain, and then go up crazy grain. So I'm going to go like, let's go in like a middle on the low range. And let's just open this guy. Let's copy it. And let's do it this way since I can't seem to do it the other way. And then I always hit mine on overlay. So you can see it's all that grain that it's doing. So here I might even blur this a little bit. Let's see, just for fun. I'm just checking to see it. Let's do the blur later. I'm liking this. Let's just do the blur later. So let's bring this down. All right. And again, we're going to address the skin. I don't mind if there's some grain on her skin, because there already was some grain. The grain here is larger than the grain from the stocking, but I'm really liking what it's doing here. Now it's starting to lend, the treatment's starting to lend to a more painterly effect, which I really like. But we don't want it over the face, and then we don't want the face to be, to stand out from the rest of it. It'll look weird. So we're just gonna kind of dab, just so we have some uniformity in the image. Yeah, I'm really liking that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the layer, and then I'm going to go to Filter, Blur, and I like Shape Blur myself. I like to kind of play around and see what it does. And what I'm doing is I'm looking, even though we already have a blur, I kind of want to blur a little more, kind of give it that dreamy effect. So I'm looking kind of what I want to do down here in the image. So I usually like arrows. And then I'm just going to blend. So I'm going to come up a little higher here and keep my flow. Just gonna blend. Just kind of around her. Kind of in here a little. Whenever I do treatments that are like soft and ethereal, I feel like I always start whispering, or I have to turn my music down. It's like when I have ladies on the bed, I start to whisper like a creeper. But we've established I'm a little different, haven't we?
Wouldn't want you to be out of character, Rachel.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I just want to be careful with the shoe here. Yeah, I'm really liking that. I'm loving that, like a lot. So when you go with treatments over, and I mean, I've done where I've like slapped 5 or 6 on them. I just keep going, just go nuts with it. you always want to go back to your skin and have a look. So I do that by I run my skin clean action, which is the frequency separation. And I will just kind of clean up a little bit. Kind of areas where maybe the textures maybe I didn't mask away, or maybe they kind of, put some shadow where I don't want it. I'll kind of come in here and just clean up a little bit. So I'm really loving that. And I think what I want to do too is this little beauty mark here, I think I want to really accentuate it. So I'm kind of grabbing more of a dark brown color. Let me go up here. Oops, my bad. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I did this longhand for you guys yesterday. I'm gonna do the quick color fix real quick. And then just kind of see where we are. And I'm kind of liking it right in the middle there. And I'm all done.
That is amazing.
So beautiful. Oh, I should mention that I would crop that edging out, or I would just grab it and transform it over.
There you go. So there you go, folks. Pin up French postcard. It's beautiful, and we get to see it from the start to finish. So thank you very much, Rachel, again, for going through this. It's amazing to watch. There were a lot of people clamoring in the chat room for you to come back for more of this. So, awesome. Folks, creativelive.com/suggest. Let us know if you want to see it.
And what was the hashtag?
Oh, hashtag bring Rachel back.
Hashtag bring Rachel back. Love it. So we are going to take our final 15-minute break of the afternoon. And what are we talking about when we come back?
Our last segment is going to be about the value of failure.
It's exciting. I mean, people have heard parts of your story, love it, and so I'm really excited to hear the insights that you and John bring to that. So excited for that when we come back. I wanted to read you some of the wonderful things people are saying online. We have Candid Images who says, and I think you might appreciate this, I wish I could sit right next to her while she edits, like a little creeper, just watching and working alongside.
Creepers unite!
That's what I'm saying. We have Michael Jones Photography. I am completely geeking out with her knowledge of Photoshop. Even with my courses in school, I have never seen Photoshop used this way. Rachel is truly the Photoshop queen. I would love to have a section with her just in Photoshop. And then Enthusiast says, every time I see Rachel post-process another picture, I learn something new. Really excellent. Everyone loves it.
Awesome.
That same theme we keep coming back to, but always learning. Always learning. And in this section was always learning Photoshop. And for those of you who have already purchased the course and choose to as well, there is another 4 hours of videos of Rachel doing the long form Photoshop work. So that is an incredible
That's almost
bonus.
a whole day.
That is essentially the person who wanted a whole workshop with her. Yeah, exactly.
It's almost a whole day working, yeah.
Exactly. So there is, excuse me, so much content in this course, like we've just been talking about. And now really is the time, you guys, if you are going to buy this course, now is the time to make that decision to do it. There is a green buy button beneath the video. You can see that the course is $149. However, again, $99 right now when we're live. So again, if you're going to make that decision, go ahead and make it one way or the other. Yep. Now is the time. It is, truly is an incredible, incredible value. And again, that additional 4 hours, thank you in advance for doing those. So everybody, I can't believe we only have one more section left. This has been an amazing workshop, and we will see you all back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. It is the time in our show when we only have one final segment. Everyone starts to get a little bit teary-eyed. I want to do a few minutes of thanking this woman, Rachel Stevens. We're here for her Boudoir photography class, as well as everybody that helped to put this workshop together. There is a lot that goes into this workshop from the first day that we reach out to an instructor and ask them to work with us. So a lot of people that we want to thank. First of all, I want to thank the Creative Live audience, not just the folks in here, but everybody out there online. You are the reason that we are here. You're the reason that Creative Live exists. And it's your support and telling your friends about us and what we're doing that allows us to keep bringing people back like Rachel Stevens. So thank you all for being here. Big shout out to our crew. We have an incredible crew here at Creative Live. Again, a lot goes on behind the scenes that you would never know. And so shout out to everyone that makes this possible. A special shout out to Kathy, who came in every morning and helped you out with that hurt shoulder.
So massage every morning so I can come out and be here for you guys.
Exactly. So lots of work in the background. And a special shout out to our man, Brian Lemos over there, who is our line producer, came all the way up from San Francisco to be with us for this production. Brian! One more special shout out for Miss Celeste Olds, who is the original Creative Live producer here at Creative Live, the one, the only Celeste Olds, and she came back and content produced this workshop with us, and it has been a pleasure working with you again, my friend Celeste. Okay, we have a lot of people to thank who have provided a lot of the gear or put together discounts, and these are a lot of the people that you use and work with. So I wanted to let you talk about why you choose all the things you choose to use.
Sure. So we've got the SLR Lounge, as I'm trying to speak English for you. They are the ones that provided the paper textures that I used on my last retouching demo of the French postcard. We've got Lowell, my lights, and they were generous to give away, I think, 3 lights. I think I wanted to enter that contest myself.
Yes,
the swag was so amazing.
It really was.
We've got Into the Darkroom, our amazing website template company. They also do our proofing software and our ordering software. It's all uniform and beautiful, top-notch professionalism, amazing customer service for the right price. I cannot recommend a better company. We've got also Miller's Lab, who...
I'll take you to the next slide then there on that one.
There we go. We've got Miller's Lab, who is our professional lab. They do all of my prints, all of my books. They do all of my products, my canvases. Like we mentioned before, I don't see my product at all before it goes out to client. It drop ships directly from Miller's Lab to the client. They take care of everything. No mistakes. Clients are always happy. So they're absolutely amazing. And we've got Wacom, who are... I can't tell you how much my work has just streamlined from moving from a mouse to using a tablet. It opens up more options within Photoshop, working with a tablet. So thank you, Wacom. Thank you, everybody. We've got our Photoshop actions that we are offering to people for a discount. 160 actions, actually more than 160 for $60 with the discount.
Which is pretty amazing. So that discount plus the different discounts. Russ, if you have the availability, if you could quickly read off, I think I left the piece of paper over there, but those discounts, because I haven't really read them on air, all the ones that we are actually giving away.
Definitely. We have one for Into the Darkroom, and that is 75% off membership at Into the Darkroom with the code RSP120. 75% off, that's good till February 28th. 10% off at SLR Lounge, which is where we got those textures, right, that we were using in the last segment. 10% off entire purchase using the code Rachel Stevens, all one word. Remember, Stevens is with a PH, and that is good through June 30th. So you got a little bit of time for that one. We also have 10% off, well, actually $15 off the whole shebang Boudoir Photoshop action set, which Rachel has been using while retouching, using the code Creative Live, and live is all capitals, at checkout. That's good through March 31st, and that is at store.rachelstevensphotography.com/actions. We also have 10% off at Constructive Stumblings using Creative Live to get 10% off a purchase of logo and branding at Constructive Stumblings. That one's good until May 1st. And Rachel Stevens Lightroom presets are included with RSVP on our course page.
Thank you, Russ.
You are welcome.
Again, just a thank you to all of those folks, and you can get the copies of those by going and RSVPing for the course, and there's a PDF that you can download. So special shout out, thank you for bringing all those discounts to us. Want to send a big thank you to our studio audience, our front row here. Thank you guys. Thank you for coming from Canada, coming from Washington, D.C., coming from around the corner, John Carmichello. No, it's always a pleasure to have, whether it's your first time here or you've been on many times, like Ava here. You bring such energy to the room, so thank you for being here with us. We also want to thank all of our models. They were, first of all, so well chosen as well. What a pleasure to work with each of those individuals and for them to give us the gift and you to give them the gift. It's all a lot of giving and loving here, Valentine's Day. But they were incredible, and they really helped us learn exactly what you do. So thank you to all of them. I want to give a very big thank you to the man behind the scenes who makes this business run, right?
That's right.
Mr. Sean O'Riordan, who is Rachel's husband and her business partner. And this man has taught several segments in the class as well. Come on, let's just come bring him on out here for a second. I'm gonna take. Thank you for everything that you have done for this class.
Well, thank you for. I thought I was done, so I was leaving. Thanks for having us. It's been a great opportunity to share with others what we've learned, and I think Rachel's going to talk a little bit about that. So thanks for having us. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. And so one final thank you, my dear, and that is to Miss Rachel Stevens. The amount of effort that I have heard Celeste talking about, her excitement as she's been working with you over the past couple of months to put into making this happen is just, it blows me away. It's a lot of work, and you put your heart, your soul, your family, you put it all into it. And as we started out this course saying, your kids are why you do it.
Yeah.
And we thank you. Everybody has had such a pleasure working with you here. The life.
Me cry.
I know, I'm making myself cry.
Can I get some tissue? It's dusty in here.
The energy that you bring here to Creative Live, and again, despite, you've mentioned it throughout the course, but despite the physical pain that you've been in, thank you.
Thank you.
It's just
maybe one for later.
it's just mind blowing. But you do it in the name of education. You do it for the love of what you do. We started off saying that boudoir photography it doesn't get taught as much. It doesn't get out there as much. And here we are. And you have done an amazing job. So let's do this final segment. But thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of you at Creative Live for giving us the opportunity to come and teach Boudoir. I'm so sorry.
This is the point in the workshop where we cry.
Okay, good.
The appropriate time.
It's been a long struggle for respect as a boudoir photographer. I'm in my 11th year. And to have such an amazing company and just such an incredible team believe in you, invest in you, and put you out there to represent them as an instructor has been so humbling and amazing. And thank you to everybody that's watching, that investing your time to watch, and thank you all for coming out and investing your time, traveling your money to come see us teach. It's just, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that you all bring that I'm able to give you something. You take something away that's useful.
Then some.
Yeah.
And then some, my dear. All right, I am going to bring you some more tissues. Give me that one.
Sorry, it's just all kinds of,
it's
like all hitting me right now, I think.
This is it. I'm going to give you this clicker, though.
Yep. Okay.
And let you take it away.
Okay.
Thank you, Rachel.
So now that I've just humiliated myself on live, let's just go ahead and get into this. So I did discuss a little bit about the trials and tribulations that I've been through. I just wanted to kind of expand on it for you guys, what I've been going through over the last 10 years. And a lot of people would view it as failure, one thing after another. A lot of people could look at it as, this just isn't working. Something's not right. I never allowed myself to do that because I believe in what I do. I believe in my clients. I believe in the message and the interaction. I believe that boudoir is an art just like every other type of photography. I believe that celebrating the regular women, just like we celebrate models or celebrities, and I don't think that there should be a divide. I think that the playing field should be leveled. And just the fact that I'm here is proof that it is leveling. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm hoping that that means that you won't have to go through most of the things that I've been through. I remember once being at a party, at a gallery opening, and meeting a bunch of photographers, and it came up what I do, and I said I'm a boudoir photographer, and one of them went, oh, and patted me on the head in front of everyone, and said, well, you know, we got to make your money. And it was so humiliating, and I've had hotels reject me because I'm a boudoir photographer. And I've had a love-hate with the word boudoir because of this. And there was a time when I put together Rachel Stevens Photography for Women where I didn't use the word boudoir because I wanted to have the best venues. I wanted to be able to have sponsors to get further on in my career, like that I've earned it. I felt I earned it. And then I realized I am doing the same thing that these people are doing. I'm discounting it. I need to live my truth. And then I really embraced the word. I'm a boudoir photographer, and I'm proud. Why should I look down upon it and be providing a service that I myself am not lifting up to where it deserves to be? So that's where I've been. That's where I've been rooted. That's where I've been fighting. And through all of the things that I've been through, I've learned that there's value in failure. And don't fear failure. These are all things that are going to teach us where we want to be. They're going to teach us how to be stronger. If you want to look at your path and you want to look at failure like stepping stones, every single time something tries to knock you down, you squash that right underneath you and you make that a stepping stone, one step forward. So you take your failure, don't be afraid of it. It's a great teacher. Learn from it. If something isn't working for you and it doesn't work out, and there's that like, oh God, you know, that I know that feeling. I understand that feeling where your heart sinks into your stomach because you have all this hope. I mean, I get it. I've got kids. You know, I tried to do the workshops and it didn't work out. People didn't want to pay that much money, and you know, we lost money on that. But I didn't feel ashamed that I did it because I tried. Instead, Sean and I, we looked at it like, okay, this didn't work. How can we use this experience to figure out our next step? How can we use this experience to shine light on our journey so that we know what direction to take? Don't have shame in failing. It's okay to fail. It's okay to talk about your failures. I think if more of us were open about our failures like we are with our successes, I think that we would gain so much more having a community to be able to bounce things off of and to be able to support each other when these kinds of things do happen. To know that we're not alone. When you're holding all that stuff inside, it's hard to be confident in where you are. It's hard to, you know, get that power pose and find that confident place and project that out into the world and to harness your passion. And when you know you're holding all this negative stuff inside, it's just kind of like you just kind of do this inside. So don't be afraid. Let it teach you. Don't be ashamed. Build upon it. Learn the lessons that your failures are trying to teach you. And let it work for you. When we fail and then we're afraid of what people are going to think, or if we're afraid of, well, if I try again, I might fail again. Or if we're afraid, I've already invested this money and, you know, I've got to pay my nanny, or I've got to pay rent, or whatever it is. These are all things we all struggle with. Trying to build a viable business as an artist, that's difficult. So the fact that you are all out there trying to do it, you need to pat yourself on the back because it takes balls. It takes balls to say, I'm going to go be an artist. You know, there's no guaranteed paycheck when you say you want to go be an artist. You're out there believing in yourself. So you already have that courage. If you stumble and fall sometimes, then you have to just get right back up. Look for where that stepping stone is in front of you. Find your journey. The fight for respect. As a boudoir photographer, we all go through it. I wish I could say that we're at a place in society where now, hey, I'm on Creative Live, the fight's over. It's not. It's not over. I can't say that it ever will be over. I know that I don't understand what it is about being a boudoir photographer that somehow makes us less than a fine art photographer or a fashion photographer or a portrait photographer who basically does the same things but just won't use the word boudoir. Somehow we're less than. It takes us together, unified, to say no. We are the ones that have to demand respect as boudoir photographers and be proud if we expect to get respect. So we're going to talk about problem solving a little bit. I know that for me, when Sean came on to work with me, things just went, I mean, he's brilliant. And it's been such a huge help to have someone else come on. I was working for like 6 years on my own before he came on with me full time. We had 2 little children. One was a baby, and he had a day job. I was going, trying to work on weekends when I would travel, then he would be gone all week. I was raising my kids, stay-at-home mom, trying to do marketing myself, trying to get back to emails, trying to edit, you know, and my children weren't happy. I had my daughter trying to give me get attention from me, get attention. Mommy's doing emails, I need it to be quiet. She's about 18 months old. And it got a little too quiet. If you're a parent, you know that's not a good thing. And I looked down and she took off her pajamas and pooped on the floor next to my chair, and to let me know that, okay, fine, you can have your time, but I'm gonna give you this little present. So, you know, that's the sacrifices that my family has had to make as I was building my business. This is something that when Sean came on, the sacrifices are still there, but the responsibilities are now divided, so I could breathe. I could now say, okay, I'm gonna focus on creative. And that's when my work really started to excel as well. I had that freedom to be able to really push myself in Photoshop and push myself with lighting and push myself with getting everything set up during an event so that when I'm shooting, I can focus on connecting with my client. Because you know, when you're shooting, and we talked about fake it till you make it, it's difficult when you're like in your head going, oh my God, I don't know why this is working, but you're trying to connect and they're talking about something really intimate and important, and you don't want to break that connection, but you can't get, you know, it's like too dark and you can't get it to expose. So having that breathing room to be able to get comfortable with my shooting style and my creative process has been huge for me. I know that that's not viable for everyone. There are a lot of you out there starting your businesses. You don't have someone to come on with you full time. So I have some ideas for that to help you problem solve. Be your own assistant. I had to do this before Sean came on. For me, it's really weird for me, marketing, and you're talking to someone being, I am one of the best, and I've got you. Like, just, I can't do that. Like, it just freaks me out. So if you talk in third person about yourself and sell yourself in writing, you can create email templates. So let's say someone, you know, wants a session, they email you, you have a template form that you send back in the voice of an assistant. So then you can say, you know, Rachel shoots this way, Rachel does this, blah, 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 blah. And you have your policy done in third person, not I don't allow this. So then there's that separation. Then you don't have to worry about someone getting, you know, their hackles raising because they think that, I don't know, that you think you're better than them or however someone would take that. You don't have to worry about that because now you're a third party. And as we mentioned before when we were talking about pre-shoot consultations, so much can be done before in writing. All that stuff, when we talked about pre-shoot consultations, if you sit down and note all the questions that are being asked, like 99% of them are the same questions over and over and over. So you can just put an FAQ up on your website, and then you can just kind of, you know, add it into your policy in a more business-like manner for the things that you will and will not allow. And you give them all this information, and you auto-respond it. You can set your email, you can have an email just for inquiries. So an email comes in, they're interested about a session, auto responds to them with this beautiful thing that you've written as if you're your own assistant or manager. It goes out to them, and then you have your own email. So you know, they have hoops that they have to jump to before they get to a point where either they meet you at the session or they get a pre-shoot consultation either in person or by the phone or maybe just by email. However you want to devise it, however you want to put it together, whatever works for you. Strong policies. These all go together. So you write all the policies, you keep them really, really, really strong so that you're not getting in a situation where then you have to say, oh, well, I don't shoot that way. You can say, well, as per the policy, this isn't allowed. So, I mean, I've had a client bring her daughter to a boudoir shoot, like her little kid, thinking, oh, well, she could just hang out on the side while I get my photo shoot. Well, I'm sorry, I say there's no chaperones, no children, no spouses, so you're gonna have to leave. And she loses her session. So there's no argument there because it's in my policy. I've had people, when I was shooting in hotels, I had a lady come in with a cart full of bags and room service tray following it for a mini session. And she walks in like she's Lady Gaga, and I was like, what's happening here? So she's another person I had to ask to leave because it's in the policy. So you have a strong policy, and it will grow. I believe that we included it in the bonus material. Okay, so our policy's in the bonus material. I've been at this for over a decade. I've had pretty much every possible thing happen to me. Lots of things that made me really uncomfortable in the moment. So it's all in there. You guys just go ahead and pick out what you want, so you don't have to go through that awkwardness where something's not in the policy and you have to address it. You don't know how to address it. It's in the policy already. You can just bounce right off it. That's in the policy. I'm sorry. We don't do that, or you're going to need to leave. So let's talk about butt. I know we've been talking about butt a lot all these 3 days, but not the butt. We're going to talk about the word butt. The word butt is so powerful. When I started teaching, and I'd try, talking to students and trying to help them problem solve, I would always hear things like, I really want to shoot boudoir, but I live in a small town. So when you use the word but, you've already ended the conversation for yourself. It justifies failure. You've already presented the problem and then given yourself no opening for solution. So when you come from that place, when I talked earlier about manifesting negativity, I think that's really where it comes from. I think that in anything that we do, especially when we're going into the unknown, like becoming a photographer, I think that there is that fear that's rooted in us. That what if it doesn't work? What if I don't make money? What if this? What if that? We beat ourselves up with it. I've done it. I mean, I do it still. I was scared to death to come to here, So fear it's just always there, wanting to rob us of extraordinary opportunities. And it's up to us to recognize that and to just beat it down and not let it get in our way. It totally kills your opportunity for problem solving. Once you've had that conversation with yourself, I'd really love to shoot boudoir, but I'm a guy. I don't want to be that creepy photographer. Well, then you've already sentenced yourself to being the creepy guy photographer, and then that's it. So when you come from a place of confidence, it doesn't mean I completely love myself and I can do everything in the whole wide world. Confidence is a hard-earned feeling. It's something that we do every single day, that we work on constantly. It's part of evolving as a human being and a person, just being able to every day say, I can do this. Or every day being able to say, this is a lot of work, but I got this. Or having to do something new and telling yourself that you're capable. Knowing that you're a good person, knowing what kind of life you want to design for yourself. All of these things. Earlier we had talked about what drives you. Keeping that solid in your heart is so important. Because that's the place where you're going to be able to shove down all that negativity. That's the place where you're going to be able to recover from failures and from falling down. You'll be able to bounce yourself back up because you know what's driving you. And that's what helps you. That place is going to help you bring all that confidence and all that good stuff in around yourself to shield yourself from all that other stuff. And all that other stuff isn't just trying something and then not working out. All that other stuff could be friends It could be family, people in your town, other photographers you meet, people that on message boards, chat rooms. You have it all over the place. You've got that negativity of people telling you, you can't do it, or you shouldn't do it this way. I mean, I understand very well now from this Creative Live experience that I do things differently. But if I would have listened to every single person that told me that I shouldn't be doing something a certain way, because apparently I do a lot of things wrong, I wouldn't be standing here teaching this class. Something got me here. And that's because I didn't give up. I believed in myself. I thought about those 3 little faces every single time I started to feel like I couldn't do it, or maybe I was less than. Maybe Boudoir is less than. I thought about my kids, and that helped put me back in that place to realign with my passion. It made it real for me. So what drives you? Find that, hold on to it. When you use the word but, and you keep that negative block in front of you and your dream, it completely blocks your passion. It's like, it like numbs everything, like your senses. When you keep that kind of blockade in between you and the gold ring, it helps just kind of color everything that once was bright and beautiful, and your hopes and your dreams. And you start to get into this mindset, your hopes and dreams just start to decay and seem so far away. So to battle that, there is an incredible American philosopher that Sean and I love, dearly departed Joseph Campbell. I highly recommend that people listen to a set of interviews that he did. Sean will provide the link for you guys. He has a few philosophies that I love that I'm going to talk about with you guys today. One is follow your bliss. And when he talks about bliss, he doesn't mean like bliss like feeling good. He means bliss like your dream. When he talks about bliss, that thing inside you, that what drives you, that's your bliss. Where your dream, that gold ring, your world that you want to design for yourself, that's your bliss. So Joseph Campbell says, follow your bliss, and the universe will open doors where there were only walls. And it's so true. Remember this quote. This quote has gotten me through so much adversity in my journey as a boudoir photographer, my fight for respect, my struggle to design a life that I'm proud of, that I feel like has meaning to me, that I feel like my children can be proud of their mom, a life where I can be with my husband, and a life that means something to all of us. And you do get down, and it does get hard, and my body's breaking down. But I have to work, I push through it. So it's not easy. It's hard, but I'm not afraid of hard work. If you guys are here, you want to be photographers, you're not afraid of hard work. It's not going to be laid out for us. It's not like something we can go to school and, okay, we learn it and now this is our career and this is just what we do every day for the rest of our lives. It's a beautiful opportunity to be able to create, and you get to push things and try new things. And as technology advances, there's all these new techniques that we get to use. Or maybe we want to stay over here, that's okay too. Or let's try this, and then new gear. I mean, I'm such a gearhead. I would much rather go to a photo studio or go to a Mac store than go like shoe shopping. Like, I absolutely love to go see like the new tech that's out there. It's so exciting to me to know that no matter how long I go in this career, things are always going to change. For me, that's exciting. I love to know that I'm not going to get bored. it's going to switch up for me, and I'm going to be able to have all these new opportunities to switch it up. Will it make it faster? Can I get more creative? Maybe there'll be like some amazing strobe system that's super light that I can take on the road with backgrounds. I mean, I have no idea. Aren't they cloning sheep or something? Like, they can clone things. They can make super light photography sets. I don't know. So it's really, really exciting to know that we are in a craft that is ever evolving, just like we are. It's very exciting. So Joseph Campbell also talks about the hero's journey. And I know I'm being a total Joseph Campbell groupie right now, but he is just so amazing. The hero's journey, basically, so let me just say that it's very famous. The scripts for Star Wars and The Matrix were all written based on the philosophy of the hero's journey. So the hero, you are the hero in your own journey. We are all the heroes in our own journey. And his whole philosophy is that the hero leaves the village, he goes out and fights adversity, he comes back when he's learned everything, back to the village, and shares with the village what he's learned. I am really not this soft, people. I am not this soft. All right, I'm lying. I'm totally soft. I've come back to the village to share with you, to share with my village, photographers, those moms out there struggling to find time and money to become a photographer, to live your dream. Come back to share with you what I've learned. Sorry, this sucks. And the way that we can relate it to all of you out there is when you're out there and you're conquering your adversity, whether it be struggling with your technique in Photoshop, whether it be connecting with clients and finding your flow with clients, whether it be mastering lighting, whether it be trying to figure out how to find the time between being your own assistant and being the creative artist. The respect, all of that stuff. You're going to be out there, you're going to be fighting dragons. And when you come around and when you come back to the village, instead of not all of you are going to want to teach. When you get back to the village, you can stop and say, I am no longer visualizing my dream. I'm now living my dream. Because your journey comes full circle. And that's what the hero's journey is all about. Live your dream. So if you can take away anything from this segment of what I've been talking about, other than I'm a total softie, what drives you? Root it inside your heart. Follow your bliss until you're living your dream.
Wow. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for being so vulnerable and honest with us throughout this whole 3 days.
I was talking to Rachel right before we went live, and she was nervous because this is something that's really important to her. This is the message. This is the point. This is why she does what she does. And you can tell by...
I've been waiting so long to have a voice. And I think I just realized I have one. So.
You just realized
These are happy tears, just so you know.
And people in the lounge said that we love big soft marshmallows, so you are totally at home here.
And there's a lot of big hugs. I love the term that you taught us in Photoshop with the hugging.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a lot of people sending you big hugs here.
And I wore this shirt for you guys.
Yeah. Do what you love. Do what you love. That is exactly for all of you out there. That is exactly why Creative Live exists here. So it has just been a beautiful, beautiful journey that we have shared with you in these 3 days. And so I want to, again, thank you for bringing us along in this journey. All of you out there for joining us in this journey. Of course, our studio audience here. I wanted to read off some of the things that people are saying online as well. And thank you to everyone who has gone and left a lot of beautiful notes on our Facebook page, where we have a thank you card, a global thank you card for Rachel. Vina Devi says, Rachel and Sean, what a team. And Rachel, you have inspired us all to be more creative and daring. Thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing your wisdom and brilliance. And Hannah Wheeler says, thank you so much. You have been an inspiration. Your experience and knowledge is vast beyond anything I could get from books and tutorials. Thank you for sharing your time, knowledge, inspiration, encouragement, and yourself with all of us. And thank you to Sean for showing us the real need for the real world business side and why it is so important to see our businesses as just that, a business. And thank you for putting it into perspective to be successful. You are both awesome. That was another beautiful one. And one last one, everyone.
Yeah.
From Sephra V. Schwab on Facebook, who said, the last few days have been so inspiring. The first day of the workshop, I was really ambivalent about taking my photography hobby and trying to make something of it. I'm a self-taught photographer and figured I wasn't good enough and would have to wait for funds to pay for better equipment, to pay for classes or whatever. Something clicked while you and Sean were going through your business model on the first day. You are a self-taught photographer and that you have made it work. I've taken the plunge. Thank you. Congratulations. It's awesome.
Can I give one little tip for those people out there who are worried about, I want to do this, but everything is so expensive? I know that you guys made my resources page available to people where it has all my vendors, and on Amazon there's a gear list. And I just want to quickly share why I use Amazon instead of going to a particular photo company for it. Even at this level, I am a mom. I am always being careful about where I'm spending my money. Children are expensive, and I have 3. So we are all feeling the pinch, and getting gear is expensive. Lenses are expensive. Everything's expensive. So what I do, we don't want to get into debt. We are running a cash business. We don't use credit. So what I do, and I'm sorry if this sounds amateur, but I will buy myself Amazon gift cards, $50, $100, wherever I have the extra money, and I save those cards up until I have enough money to buy that lens or buy that reflector. So then I know that I'm not getting myself into debt and taking money off my kids' table. So
That's a really, what a great tip. What a great way to think about saving in a way that works for you.
That works for a family and people who don't have unlimited funds. So one more quote that I wanted to read was from Kat Marie here in the chat room, who says, "Thank you, Rachel. I'm so glad to hear that my struggles can lead me to my dreams. Not that they can not impede me from my dreams, not that they can hold me back, but can lead me to my dreams." We all go through these journeys through our own particular path through life. Some of us are set on the right path, directly to what we want to do early on. Some of us, it's a more winding, rocky, difficult path. But we all have our own path, and hopefully it leads to where you want to go. If you know where you want to go, if you know that this message resonates with you, and that you want to be able to give this gift to women, to people that Rachel gives, if you know that it speaks to your heart and it is something you want, if this is your bliss and you want to follow it, some people need more help than others. Some people, again, are set up right They're on the right path, they've got the attitude, and they can do it. Other people need more inspiration. Other people need more help on something else. What is your struggle? Is it Photoshop? Is your struggle lighting? Is it posing? Is it connecting with your client? What is it that's holding you back? Try and figure that out. Think about it. Really be introspective and study your work, study your experience, and figure out what it is. If you think that something in this workshop, the past 3 days that we've covered, will help you, that's why we're here. This whole concept of do what you love, of find out what it is and make it happen, that is Creative Live's mission. That is why we are here to help you, is because we believe in that. We believe that your position in life, we believe that your struggles, we believe that whatever it is that's holding you back doesn't need to be there. And so we're going to try and give you the tools we can. This workshop is one of those tools that we have to offer. This is the end of the live experience here. So if you want to be able to have this toolbox to use, if you want to be able to refer back to everything, to work alongside Rachel, to have her sit there and inspire you, to watch the way that she works with clients, you can do that by purchasing anytime access to the course. It costs $149 for 3 days of inspiration and education. You can get it for the discounted live price of $99 if you act now. If you act now, that's the choice. So go ahead and make that choice, folks. You can decide if your dream is in this direction and if these tools are the tools that you need. So go ahead and make that choice. I'm really just honored to have been here. It's been a pleasure to be with Rachel and Sean for these 3 days. Thank you for the personal impact you've had on me. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. So we'll see you next time on Creative Live for Boudoir Photography with Rachel Stevens, Sean O'Riordan. That's a wrap. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome.